Okay, welcome everybody to another edition of Henley Hornets Baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Welcome back to Junction City High School. Had a bit of trouble getting on the air today, but it looks like we are ready to go. The Hornets on the road today with their 8-2 record against the number 2 team in the 4A classification, the Junction City Tigers. Henley losers their last time out. They played Crater back on Tuesday. It was a 6-5 loss against the 5A Comets. For Junction City, a win their last time out. It was back on Saturday when they played Philomath and won 11-5, and now a doubleheader in front of us here at Junction City. We're going to take one quick break here on our pregame show. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups and get ready for first pitch.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan?
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
And welcome you back to Henley Hornets Baseball on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Now time for today's starting lineups presented by Gary Sheen and Country Financial, the nation's #1 life insurance provider. Protect your family and assets today by calling 541-884-1700. The starting lineup for the Henley Hornets goes like this. Leading off at shortstop is Connor Shively. Carson Sims, the second baseman, bats second. Jacoby Tacchini is the catcher. He bats third, followed by Ian Meyer at first base, batting fourth. Hitting fifth is the third baseman, Derek Cox. Corbin Hamilton is the starting pitcher. He bats sixth. Hitting seventh is the designated hitter, Cam Carpenter, followed by Porter Frost in right field. And Ryan Douglas is in left, batting ninth for the Henley Hornets as we get things started today with a ball low and away. 2 minutes ahead of schedule today from Junction City. The right-hander on the mound for the Tigers is Caden Schaefer. He takes a high leg kick and fires, misses outside once more. The count is 2-0. To Connor Shively. Schaefer making his sixth start of the spring. He carries a 3-0 record in those starts. 23 and a third innings pitched so far this year. Shively takes a cut at the 2-0 pitch. He fouls it off. The count is 2 balls and a strike. Schaefer, with his 3-0 record, has allowed 24 hits, 15 runs, although only 8 of them earned. He's got 29 strikeouts against 11 walks. Good for an ERA of 2.4. Here's the 2-1 home to Shively. Out of the right hand is Schaefer, misses just outside. The count now 3-1. A good job by Maddox Waldrop to try to frame that one up. He's the other half of the battery for the Tigers today. We'll introduce you to the rest of the starting defense here in just a moment. As the 3-1 pitch to Shively offered up at and missed. Count now runs full to the opening batter of the ball game. It's the first of 2 today between the number 4 ranked Henley Hornets and the number 2 ranked Junction City Tigers. Shively swings and misses at a pitch. Might have been low, but he goes down on strikes. One away, and it brings up Carson Sims. Around the diamond for the Tigers, Toffel is at third, Rochard at short, Sanguins at second, and Clift at first. Weed in left, Rodriguez in center, and Van Heck in right for the Tigers. They've got their home white uniforms on today. Tigers written across their chest in maroon with a gold outline. Hornets in their road uniforms today. Navy blue tops, the word Henley written across their chest, outlined in yellow, and gray pants. The first offering to Sims, fouled off. The count is 0-1. Carson Sims getting the nod at second base today. He can start a multitude of places in the infield, but seems to have, at least in the times that I've seen Henley this year, found a home at second base. Batting from the right side, here is the 0-1 pitch to Sims. A breaking ball catches the outside corner of the zone. The count's now 0-2 to Sims, with Jacoby Tacchini waiting on deck. Sims coming into play today, taking into account sample size, leads the team in hitting. Here's the pitch, the 0-2. That's going to miss in. It looked like Schaefer tried to go front door with a slider, but it didn't have enough on it, and so it missed inside to the right-handed hitting Sims. He stays alive in this at-bat. One gone, top of the first inning. Only just getting started today. Pitch into Sims. There's a curveball. Weakly hit foul down the third base line. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. 14 hits for Sims also leads the team this year, but that batting average, which I said led the team a moment ago, 424 to start the season for Sims, playing game number 11 of the springtime here. Waldrop gives the target. The delivery from Schaefer is an upstairs fastball. Sims lifts it high and out of play, and the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Again, last time out for Henley, it was a 6-5 loss against Crater. That was back on Tuesday, a competitive game. Wound up giving away a lead in the top of the 7th inning. But going into that one, they had won 7 straight ball games, an 8-2 overall record. And again, against a 5A team in Crater that's really good. You feel good about that performance from back on Tuesday and hope you can take some momentum and make a win today. Here's a bouncer to third base, and the throw on to first is not going to be in time. Sims beats it out, and then the ball pops free from Clift's glove. So we'll give Carson an infield single for that one, and he's on base with 1 out and Jacoby Tacchini. It's what speed can do for Sims. You put the ball in play, good things tend to happen. He learned that one back on Tuesday as well when he put a ball in play and knocked in a go-ahead run against the Crater Comets. It was the result of an error, but again, you make the defense make a play. And, well, they weren't able to do it back on Tuesday. Here he beats out the infield single. Pitch to Tacchini, misses inside. Looked like they tried to jam him with the breaking ball. The count is 1-0. Jacoby Tacchini on the season right at 300. He is 9 for his first 39 at-bats. The 1-0 home to the Henley catcher. That one's going to miss off the plate outside. 2-0. After Jacoby Tacchini in the Henley order, it's Ian Meyer, Caden Schaefer, looking to paint the black a little bit against this Henley team. It's what you got to do. You come inside on them, and they're just going to make you pay for it. So he's trying to paint the outside, move around the breaking ball a little bit early. Still trying to find the zone. Tacchini gives this one a ride. Deep center field. Going back is the center fielder, Rodriguez, and that one is high off the wall. Sims, a big turnaround third. He's getting the green light to score, and he will. Jacoby Tacchini, an RBI double, gets Henley on the board in the top of the first inning. Sims all the way from first on that one. He might have been held up as well. I wasn't looking at where he was, but that was a tall fly ball. He probably was holding up right around second base, but was able to accelerate, turn third, and score off the RBI double. And we're also going to see someone come in courtesy run for Jacoby Tacchini. That looks like Max Price is out there on the base paths for the Hornets now. A 1-0 ball game. Henley in front after the RBI double. Here's Ian Meyer, the right-handed hitting first baseman for the Hornets. Schaefer comes set, takes a peek at Price behind him, and now delivers home. It's a curveball, hit sharply to third. Toffel knocks it down. Strong throw to first is not going to be in time, and Meyer beats it out as well. Staying put at second base is Max Price. But Meyer aboard on the error, puts 2 on, and still just 1 out for Derek Cox. Cox setting in. He was a big hero even in the loss against Crater back on Tuesday. Bottom of the 6th inning, Henley down by 3. Cox unleashes a 3-run blast to tie the game in the 6th inning. Henley would later take the lead on the aforementioned Carson Sims infield hit, but it was Derek Cox who got the Hornets in position to take a lead in the first place. He takes a strike on the inner third here. The count's 0-1 to the Henley sophomore. He bats .292 to start the season for Henley. Keeps his hands up above his head in the right-handed batter's box. Schaefer kicks and delivers. That one bounces to the plate. Price on the move. The throw down is going to get him. And Meyer does advance into scoring position, but the Hornets cost themselves their lead runner, and now there's 2 outs and a runner at second. The count is 1-1 at the plate to Derek Cox. After Cox in the order, hoping for a chance this half inning, is the pitcher, Corbin Hamilton. Schaefer looking in, gets the sign from Maddox Waldrop, the junior catcher for the Tigers. Schaefer takes a check on Meyer behind him. Meyer not much of a threat to run, so Schaefer delivers home. He finds the zone with a curveball. Might have been the slider. The count is 1-2 to Derek Cox. Schaefer looks like it's mostly a slider on that breaking pitch. He got the 4-seam and the 2-seam and mixes in that changeup that he's gone to the well a few times with. But a good start to the season for him. Now he's trying to work himself out of an early jam. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs and a 2-strike count on Derek Cox. Here's the delivery. That's a high fastball that Cox chases for strike 3, and that will end the inning. But not before Henley puts together 2 hits. They leave a runner on. The Tigers commit an error, and the Tigers trail the Hornets 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever. Wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set now for the bottom of the first inning between the Henley Hornets and the Junction City Tigers. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thanks for joining us along for the first of a doubleheader today from Junction City, Oregon. About a 3.5-hour drive for the Hornets to come here today and play one of the best teams in Oregon. And so far, again, they find themselves up 1-0. After the top of the first, Corbin Hamilton looks to protect that lead for Henley, the right-hander getting the start on the mound. We'll take a deeper look at him here in just a moment, but first, the lineup he's going up against in the Junction City Tigers. Leading off at first base is Connor Cliff. The catcher, Maddox Waldrop, bats second. Caden Schaefer, the pitcher, is hitting third. Braden Roshert, the shortstop, is batting fourth. Hitting fifth is Jaron Weed, the left fielder, followed by Landon Van Heck, the right fielder, batting sixth. Batting seventh is Mason Toffel, the third baseman. Hitting eighth is Alex Sanguins, the second baseman. And Bryson Rodriguez is in center field. He bats ninth. Corbin Hamilton making his 6th start of the spring. He carries a 3-1 record in his first 19 2/3 innings. He's given up 11 hits and 8 runs, although only 3 of them earned. He's got 29 strikeouts against 10 walks, good for an ERA of 1.06. But the first pitch to Connor Clift is lifted high into left field over the head of Douglas, and it's going to roll to the track. A leadoff double for Connor Clift has the Tigers in business in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch swinging, and he certainly gave it a ride there. Connor Clift was one of a handful of Junction City players that were eligible for a vote in a local Player of the Year vote done by the local paper, the Eugene Register-Guard. It was Connor Clift who was, I think, ranked within the top 10 there. It was Caden Schaefer who won Player of the Year as far as the Register-Guard vote, and we'll see him on deck. Right now it's Maddox Waldrop. As that pitch misses in, the count is 1-0. Artificial turf, home plate and batter's area, and the mound. Otherwhere else, it's all natural grass and dirt. Even the base paths have natural grass on them, sort of like Hornets fans might see at Phoenix or somewhere similar. Pitch from Hamilton misses in. The count is 2-0 to Maddox Waldrop. Runner at second base, nobody out. 1-0. Henley leads bottom of the first inning. Waldrop stands tall in the right-handed batter's box as Hamilton is going to have to work out of the stretch here. Comes together, takes a look at the runner Clift at second. Sims keeping him honest there. The delivery home is a two-seamer, misses high and tight to Waldrop. Count now 3-0 to the Junction City catcher. Waldrop second on the team in hitting, entering play today as a catcher, batting .406. That's an impressive mark. 15 runs scored for him, also leads the team in that number. Here's the 3-0 home to Waldrop as Hamilton looks in and delivers. That one, I think, might have caught his hand. He comes up and in with the two-seam again, and I think he hit Waldrop, so that'll go in as a hit by pitch. Otherwise, he would have extended his team lead on walks as well, but in fact, he'll just take the team lead and being hit by a pitch instead. So I suppose he'll take that as well as a free base. Runners at first and second for Caden Schaefer. Jacoby Tacchini going out there to offer up some words to Hamilton. It's now going to be up to him to try to get himself out of a jam. Hamilton, not a guy who's accustomed to being jumped on like this, at least early in the ball game. You let him settle in a little bit, he becomes more dangerous, but the Tigers putting pressure on him here in the bottom of the first inning. Schaefer, again, this is the guy we talked about, won the vote for the Eugene Register Guard Eugene Area Player of the Year. He won 30% of a reader vote, and, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Of course, it's mostly a fan vote, but still, I mean, people outside of his school had to have cast that. They've seen him play. I've seen him play basketball. He's a great athlete, and now get to see him on the diamond here in a big spot for his team. 1-run deficit, runner in scoring position, and a go-ahead run on base. Hamilton misses the first pitch upstairs. Here's the 1-0. That one finds the zone. Looks like Hamilton dialed back the velocity a little bit to get that one across, and the count is even to Caden Schaefer. On deck for the Tigers is Braden Roschert. Middle infield playing a double play depth. Sims and Shively cheating toward the bag a little bit. Meyer, the first baseman, not holding the runner with the man in front of him. As Hamilton again drops in a strike, knee level on the inside corner, gets ahead of Schaefer. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll introduce you to the starting defense for Henley after this at-bat from Schaefer. Tacchini, the catcher, other half of the Henley battery, delivering the sign. Sets up the signal outside, gets Schaefer to chase on the breaking ball, sends him packing for the first out in the first inning, and it brings up Braden Roschert. Around the diamond for the Hornets, Derek Cox plays third, Connor Shively at short, Carson Sims is at second with Ian Meyer at first. The outfield here in just a moment after the first offering to Braden Roschert. Decent lead off a second for Connor Clift. Remember, he led off this inning with a double. The first pitch in is going to miss in. Count is 1-0. In the left field for the Hornets, it's Ryan Douglas. In center, it's Harley Hoblet. And in right, it's Porter Frost. 1-0 pitch on the way to Braden Roschert. Hamilton delivers. Outside fastball fouled off. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Last time these two teams played a year ago, it was actually a doubleheader at Henley High School, and it was a split then as well. The Hornets with a win in the opener 8-2. This was back on May 3rd of last year, but Junction City was able to secure a split with a 5-4 win in the nightcap at Henley High School last season. Here's a fly ball to center field. Hoblet moving underneath it. He makes the catch for the second out. Clift stays put at second. Now 2 away. Still 2 men on for Jaron Weed. Weed, the starting left fielder, and a guy you want up in this spot. He leads the team in hitting so far this season, batting a scorching .560 to start the spring. He is 14 for his first 25 at the plate. And now bats in an RBI opportunity, bottom of the first inning. Decent lead off a second for Connor Clift. Hamilton looks in. is agreeable on the sign from Tacchini. Takes a look out at Clift at second, now motions home. Curveball misses low and in the turf. Tacchini keeps it in front of him. The count moves to 1-0. After Weed in the Tigers' order, it's Landon Van Heck. I say that Weed is the guy you probably want up in these spots. There's really not a single slouch on this Tigers lineup who you'd like to face in spots like this as Hamilton dials up a fastball, gets a swing and a miss, 1-1. As a team, the Tigers bat .325, and they've got over 100 hits on the season through their first 11 games. So, I mean, they are an offensive powerhouse and flirting with a first run here against Hamilton, but with 2 outs, trying to work himself out. The 1-1 coming home to Weed. His two-seam fastball misses up and away. Count moves to 2-1. Hamilton comes set with the 2-1 pitch. It's gone away from the lefty the last 2 times. Here he elevates a fastball. It's popped up. Tacchini giving chase, but that one's just going to drift out of play behind home plate. 2-2. Quite a good turnout for fans from both teams today. Of course, Junction City, it's a home game. They've, of course, got their great turnout. But the Hornets fans, as usual, traveling well on a Friday afternoon. Big 2-strike pitch, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on in a 1-run ball game. Hamilton set. Kicks and delivers, goes off speed, rolls one down to first base, but it drifts foul. Weed will get a second chance at a 2-2 count. Good job by Hamilton trying to change the eye levels, change the location a little bit. That's what's got him up to this senior season for him as a member of the starting pitching staff for the Hornets is his location. But as he's gotten older, now in his senior season, he's dialing up that velocity quite a bit. Here's the pitch in from Hamilton. That one is grounded out towards second base. Sims gloves it, takes it to the second base bag himself, and that will retire the side. Hamilton works himself out of a jam after the leadoff double, and he keeps his team in front 1-0 as we go to the second next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Getting set now for the top of the second inning from Junction City, Oregon. Glad to be with you today. Corbin Hamilton, Cam Carpenter, Porter Frost set to lead things off for the Hornets. That's 6, 7, and 8 in their order as they lead 1-0 against the Junction City Tigers. Again, the first of 2 games today. The Hornets last played a doubleheader, I think it was over a month ago, was the Hornets' last twin bill, and it was actually the first regular season day of the year back on March 19th. It's when they last played a doubleheader. They played North Bend, won the first one 10-0. Later on, they played Cascade Christian, lost that one 4-1. Since then, they've only had to worry about single games. They played a series up there at the Dalles, a tournament there, and then a couple of single games back in the base. And they did go to North Marion for 2 games, but they played those 2 games across a Friday and a Saturday. So good chance to kind of get in shape for league play here for both of these teams. Hamilton takes strike 1. Now the 0-1 pitch home. Hamilton chases it in the turf. The count is 0-2. Hamilton, as the starting pitcher, worked himself out of a jam in the bottom half of the first inning, allowed a leadoff double, but was able to leave him stranded there in scoring position. Now looking to get a rally started himself, but faces an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch from Schaefer. It drifts outside. Hamilton wisely laying off. The count is a ball and 2 strikes now. Keeps his hands low in the batting stance, but he generates a lot of power. The pitch in to Hamilton. He rolls one foul down the third base side. Count remains 1-2. Knew that one was going foul right away. Didn't even ditch his bat on the jog down to first. So he'll be ready to swing away again in a 1-2 count. Again, after Hamilton, Cam Carpenter, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Schaefer working out of the windup. The pitch in. Hamilton checks his swing and holds up in time. That pitch just off the outside. Count is 2-2. That's a big take at a 2-strike count. And a big sweeping breaking ball from Schaefer here. Or there was. Now we see where he goes on the 2-2. Hamilton, hard ground ball, left side, backhanded by the shortstop, Rochert at first. A strong throw, but Hamilton beats it. And an infield single for the Henley pitcher brings up Cam Carpenter. Cam Carpenter, the freshman, stepping in now. Bats .250 on the season for the Hornets. 2 hits in his first 8 at-bats, but he's been kind of used sparingly. This is only, as far as I can tell, his second start of the spring. He's been brought in to pinch hit a couple of times, but well, I'm sure the Hornets liked what they saw back against South Umpqua in his last start, and first pitch swinging is going to result in a base hit for Carpenter. Then it's misplayed by Van Hecken right. Turning second, headed for third is Hamilton. He slides in safely. A single plus the error allows Hamilton to move up to third. Carpenter aboard at first. Back-to-back singles in the second, and the Hornets trying to add on to this lead. So I was saying about Cam, he played well in the game a couple of weeks ago against South Umpqua. It was a mercy rule win for Henley. I believe that was his first start of the spring, and, well, he hit a home run in that one. So he's able to get a lot done. Probably didn't hit a home run, but he knocked in 3 RBIs on a deep base hit. That's what I recall. It was the triple that Carpenter hit, a double and a triple in that game, but has been able to make things happen in the time that he's been given. And here, well, no different as he winds up with a single, and now it's Porter Frost stepping in now for the Hornets. He takes strike 1. Schaefer set to Frost. And now the pitch. Frost looking to bunt, and he doesn't pull this one back in time. Count is 0-2. It was a curveball that dipped out of the zone. Now Frost going to swing away. At least you'd think that with 2 strikes on him. After Frost in the order, it's Ryan Douglas. Schaefer ready to deliver the 0-2. Here it comes. Frost fights that one off, sticks around for this at-bat. Count remains 0-2. Frost on the season, batting .143. He's 2 for his first 14. Coach Sean Teeters down the third base side in his second season as Henley head coach. Pitch in, misses upstairs. Count is 1-2 to Frost. Hamilton aboard at third, Carpenter on first. Porter chokes up a bit on the bat here for a 2-strike offering from Schaefer. Here it comes. That one misses upstairs. That high fastball is one that you'll see a lot of guys chase, but a great take there by Frost. Runs the count even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, still nobody out. Top of the second inning. Schaefer takes a look on the runner at first. That's Carpenter. Now comes set. And he motions home for the 2-2. Goes off speed, gets Frost to swing and a miss. Strikeout, and for the first out in the second inning, that'll bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas on the season, batting .250 for the Hornets. In spots like this, he's got 6 RBI on the season. I believe that puts him tied for 4th on the team at this point. Douglas has also scored a fair few runs at 5 this year. But just looking to put a ball in play here as this one is popped up foul. The count is 0-1. Double play is in order for Junction City, but Douglas has got speed. It's going to be tough for them to turn 2, even on a hard hit ground ball in the infield. You've got the third baseman, Toffel, playing in on the cut of the grass, and the first baseman, Clift, going to do the same once he's done holding the runner. So you could see the Tigers try to cut down a lead runner on a hard hit ball to the corner. But Schaefer drops in a breaking ball. Douglas takes it for strike 2. Now has to get defensive at the plate again. Schaefer, a guy who starting to build confidence after punching out the last batter. He can go just about anywhere on this pitch in an 0-2 count. Here he comes. Misses upstairs. Count is 1-2. Tried to get Douglas to chase the high heater again, much like he did against Porter Frost, but he got Porter the outside low pitch. We'll see if he's setting Douglas up for something along those lines. Here's the 1-2. Waldrop gives the signal. Schaefer takes his time before delivering the 1-2. Curveball right down the middle, taken for strike 3. 2 gone now, and it brings up the top of the order, Connor Shively. Such a good breaking pitch there by Schaefer. It looks like it starts in by the right-handed hitter's belt and then just breaks right across the plate. Think that one probably wound up catching more of the plate than Schaefer wanted, but he'll take the strikeout, but might not get away with that location too many times, even though that pitch does break a ton. The offering home to Shively, misses upstairs, went with the 2-seamer. Count is 1-0 to Shively. He struck out his first time up to lead off the ball game. Still a runner at third. It's Corbin Hamilton. Aboard at first is Cam Carpenter. And the 1-0 home to Shively. There's that curveball. Starts off the plate to the lefty and then breaks back over the plate. The count is 1-1. See, that one looked like more of a curveball than the slider. So Schaefer kind of mixing it up with those breaking balls. And when you've got 2 different looks that move a ton like that, that's what makes you dangerous. A lot of guys don't even have one. And if they do, it's trouble to throw it for strikes. But Schaefer trying to break off another bender. This one just barely misses outside, but still a good pitch. The count 2-1 to Connor Shively. Carson Sims is on deck for the Hornets. Schaefer set again. And the 2-1 goes fastball outside corner. Shively fights it off. Count is even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on in the top of the second inning. Shively widens out the stance a little bit in a 2-strike count. Schaefer looking to escape a jam. Here it comes. That one is going to be taken for a ball. Must have been outside. Looked about thigh high, and the count runs full. In the meantime, Cam Carpenter dashed for second, and he got it. Waldrop thought that pitch was the end of the inning. Didn't even make an attempt at Carpenter down at second. And so now 2 men in scoring position and a full count to Connor Shively. Schaefer set. Shively lifts one in the air, left field. Weed going back is going to settle into his glove for the 3rd out in the inning. The Hornets get 2 leadoff base runners, but leave them both stranded. They do carry a 1-run lead to the bottom of the second inning next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Nearly set now for the bottom of the second inning as the Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers on the road. A score of 1-0. It'll be Landon Van Heck, Mason Toffel, and Alex Sanguin stew up this half inning. It's 6, 7, and 8 in the Tigers' order as we're just about ready to go. Hamilton in the second inning of his start. And here's Landon Van Heck. Right-hander Hamilton is going to miss down and in. Count is 1-0. It's a little bit windy out here today. Nothing too bad to speak of. 60 degrees here in Junction City, Oregon. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Hamilton. Two-seamer misses up and away. 2-0. Not going to cool down too much either as the day goes along. We're going to be right about 60 degrees all afternoon long. Hamilton with the 2-0 pitch. That one misses below the knees, even though it was over the plate. The count is 3-0 to Landon Van Heck. Again, third baseman Mason Toffel is on deck. Pitch in. That one's a two-seamer. Finds the zone. Nice frame by Tacchini. Maybe helped him out a little bit. The count is 3-1 to the right fielder for the Tigers. Van Heck this season a .353 hitter. The pitch in. That one finds the zone, no question. The count is now full. Good job by Hamilton. Falling behind in this at-bat, but able to work his way back. He's working quickly out there. Here's the 3-2 pitch in. That one is going to miss low for ball 4. Good pitch there by Hamilton, and that one missed just maybe off the plate outside. I thought if the one that was called strike 1 would be called a strike, that the one would be called ball 4 would be called a strike as well, but no dice. Van Heck is aboard, and it brings up Mason Toffel. The third baseman for Junction City this season bats .320. He's showing bunt here. Hamilton is going to miss outside. I think they thought maybe Van Heck would be on the move there. But looks like the Tigers just trying to advance him into scoring position. Again, the Hornets lead 1-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. So that run, even early, is valuable. You don't know how many more opportunities you're going to get against a guy like Corbin Hamilton as he misses upstairs there 2-0. Like I said in the first inning when the Tigers led off with a double, that's something that Corbin's not necessarily used to, guys jumping on him early. If you let him settle in, he'll find a rhythm and he becomes very tough to beat. So don't blame the Tigers for, again, trying to move a guy into scoring position with a sacrifice bunt here in the second inning. The 2-0 home is going to be bunted down the first base side. It's going to kick foul, and that'll be 2-1. In the infield and the base paths, all grass here at Junction City. That might have had something to do with that one rolling foul. I think if it was dirt down the base paths, it might have rolled a little bit further. But either way, count still 2-1. Showing bunt again. Hamilton delivers. That's popped up, and the third baseman Cox going to grab it. That's exactly what the Hornets needed in a sacrifice bunt situation, is a pop-up in the infield for the first out. Credit Hamilton with the pitch as well. That starts with a tough pitch to bunt. And so now Alex Sanguins bats with a runner aboard and one gone in the bottom of the second inning. Sanguins so far this year bats .235 for the Tigers. Bats from the right side. The pitch in from Hamilton. A curveball misses low and in the dirt. Tacchini able to keep it in front of him, so Van Heck stays put at first. Tacchini doing his typical duties back there. He's one of the very best catchers. That pitch misses upstairs. The count is 2-0. He just doesn't let much get by him back there. Works very hard at it. Bryson Rodriguez is on deck for the Tigers. Hamilton with the delivery. A fastball catches the outside corner right about the knees as well. And that'll be strike 1 to Sanguins. Sanguins a sophomore for the Tigers this year. Pretty senior heavy team for Junction City, but you do have a couple of freshmen mixed in there as well. Including 2 guys on their starting lineup. Here's a pop-up towards the right side. Ian Meyer able to settle underneath it for the second out. Well, actually, the guys who are actually in the lineup on the younger side here for Junction City. In fact, as far as the seniors go, I only count 2 of them in the starting lineup. So everyone else is a junior or better as far as the underclassmen go. Here's Bryson Rodriguez, number 9 hitter for the Tigers. Rips one down the left field line, but it winds up foul. The count is now 0-1. Bryson Rodriguez, a sophomore, stands 5'7" in the right-handed batter's box. Lineup turns over next for Junction City. Here's the 0-1. That one misses low and in the dirt as well. The count is 1-1 to the center fielder for the Tigers. Bryson Rodriguez this season batting .222. He's 4 for his first 18 at the plate, but he does have 6 RBI, which ranks up there towards the top of the team. The 1-1. Hamilton goes outside. Rodriguez swings through it. The count of ball and 2 strikes now. Takini sets up outside. Here's the 1-2. That one misses low, and it's in the dirt. Count now 2-2. About a 3-step lead off of first for Van Heck. Not much to speak of. The 2-2 pitch on its way to Rodriguez. Goes curveball. Rodriguez second-guessed himself and goes down swinging. That will retire the side. A leadoff walk won't amount to a run. And we head to the top of the third inning next in a 1-0 ball game on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Nearly set for the top of the third inning today. The Henley Hornets lead 1-0 against the Junction City Tigers, leading things off for Henley in the third inning. Carson Sims, then Jacoby Takini, and Ian Meyer. That's 2-3-4 in the order. Carson Sims showing bunt to start this at-bat. That one rolls just foul down the third base side. And the count is 0-1. Sims singled back in the first inning. He would come in and score so far the only run of the ball game. Now he's going to have to make the long jog back to home plate to finish this at-bat. That was a good bunt down the third base side, but it just barely kicked foul. Good job by the pitcher, Schaefer, to realize the spin on it, not touch it until it kicked foul. The 0-1 in. Sims checks his swing, but does not hold up in time. The count is 0-2 to Sims. Batting .424 to start the year for Henley. Schaefer working out of the windup. Here is the 0-2. That one's going to miss wide. And it is now 1-2. Schaefer starting to settle into a groove a little bit. He gave up a couple of base hits in that last inning, but back-to-back strikeouts and a fly out got him out of it. So far in the game, already 4 strikeouts through 2 innings. He's able to produce that swing and a miss, but he's left a couple over the plate that the Hornets have taken advantage of. Sims looks at strike 3, a curveball. Sims doesn't love the call, but he'll head back to the dugout for the first out in the third inning, and it brings up Jacoby Takini. Jacoby Takini getting ready to settle in now. The catcher for Henley is 1 for 1 today. He doubled in the first inning and knocked in a run. Looking to duplicate that performance. Here's the pitch in to Takini. Takes an offering at the off-speed pitch. The count is 0-1 after he got a piece of it and fouled it off. Takini with that double earlier in the game gave him 4 for the season so far. That leads the team in that number. He's also got 4 singles. Here's a slow roller down the right side. Kicks foul. The count is now 0-2 to the Henley catcher with Ian Meyer on deck. Jacoby Tacchini, a sophomore this year for Henley. He's got a lot of baseball under his belt, though, at a high level. Of course, we've told his story quite a bit, but it adjusts him well for games like this as he takes the 0-2 upstairs, 1-2. Outfield playing him straight away. Here's the pitch in to Tacchini. Checks his swing on the slider that dips away. The count is 2-2. Schaefer trying to go back to the well on the same pitch that got Sims a few moments ago, but Tacchini laying off that one. See where Schaefer goes here on the 2-2. Off speed, finds the zone on the inside corner, froze up Tacchini for the second out in the 3rd inning, and that'll bring up Ian Meyer. There's that curveball I was talking about that for Tacchini. That one looked like it started up by his hands and then broke back over enough of the plate to catch the zone. That is a deadly pitch from Caden Schaefer. You'd be hard-pressed to find another curveball as good in 4A. Here's the pitch in. That one bounces to the plate to Meyer. The count is now 1-0 to Ian. Derek Cox is on deck. Meyer 0 for 1 in the ball game today. He reached on an error back in the 1st inning. That's .345 this season for the Hornets. Schaefer with the 1-0. Misses down and in. Counts now 2-0. Meyer's 10 hits this season, 3rd most on the team to start the year as he takes ball 3 low and away. And after setting down the first 2 guys on strikes, Schaefer finds himself behind in the count 3-0. Still able to work out of the windup, of course. Here's the offering. Just gets over a fastball. 3-1. That was about belt high on the inner 3rd. But Schaefer still behind the 8 ball here. And again, Meyer this season, not a guy you want to just offer up a strike to like that. Here's the 3-1. It's a hard ground ball left side. Knocked down by the 3rd baseman. He comes up with it, but another opportunity for Ian Meyer to reach on the error, and he does. And it brings up Derek Cox. Second error of the day at 3rd base for Junction City, and now here comes Derek Cox. He was a strikeout casualty his first time up back in the 1st inning. Derek this season batting .292. He is another sophomore on this Henley team. Got a significant role as a freshman last year. Kind of was their utility guy, played just about everywhere, and you can see why with a 2-out base hit there just over the head of the shortstop and into left. Meyer moves up to 2nd, and the Hornets trying to put together a 2-out rally here in the top of the 3rd. This brings up Corbin Hamilton. He'd certainly like to help out his own cause here. The starting pitcher for Henley is 1 for 1 today. He singled in the 2nd inning but was left stranded at 3rd. Now an RBI opportunity here in the 3rd inning with Meyer at 2nd and Cox at 1st. Still 2 outs. Schaefer with the pitch. There's that curveball. That misses, I think up. The count is 1-0. It looked to be over the plate and about belt high, but Hamilton gets a break there. He's ahead in the count 1-0. Set on the mound is Schaefer. Here's the pitch. That one finds the zone, no question. A firm fastball thigh high over the plate. The count is even now to Hamilton. Cam Carpenter is on deck, the designated hitter for the Hornets. Hamilton 400 to start the year. 8 RBI and a golden opportunity to try and extend this 1-0 lead here in the 3rd inning. The pitch to Hamilton, looked at for a ball. That one was low. Count is 2-1 to Corbin. 10 runs on the season as well. Just a guy who gets on base. 486 on base percentages. 3rd best on the team. Only behind Carson Sims and Chase Barrett. Hamilton takes a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runners on feel like that's been the situation in just about every half inning we've played so far. Waldrop gives a signal to Schaefer. Here's the pitch in. Hamilton swings and misses, and the Hornets again leave two men stranded on base, but they do carry a 1-0 lead headed to the bottom of the third inning. Back with more Hornets baseball next on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Top of the order due up for Junction City in the bottom of the third inning, a game in which the Hornets lead 1-0. It's Connor Clift, Maddox Waldrop, and Caden Schaefer against Corbin Hamilton in the third inning of his start. Both teams have left quite a few runners on base. These pitchers have done a good job of working themselves out of jams. Caden Schaefer just recently did it in the top half of this inning. Hamilton would like to avoid one altogether this frame, but starts things out with a ball to the first batter here in the bottom of the third inning. It's Connor Clift. He's 1 for 1 today. He doubled to start the game for Junction City back in the first inning, but again was left stranded in scoring position in that frame. The 1-0 to him, it's a two-seamer, misses up and away. Count is 2-0 to Clift. That was double number 3 for him earlier in this ball game. He bats .289 coming into play today. The 2-0 from Hamilton finds the zone, a firm fastball inside corner about belt high. The count is 2-1. Again on deck, Maddox Waldrop. Here's the 2-1 home. That one, I think, misses inside. Look, maybe a touch low as well. The count is 3 balls and a strike now to Connor Clift. A couple of other games that are close to getting started around the state. We've got a couple 3 o'clock first pitches for Klamath Basin teams I want to clue you in on as Clift fights that one off foul. The count is now 3-2. As we look around to other games for Klamath Basin and Skyline Conference teams. First, Klamath Union on the road today. The Pelicans are playing Cottage Grove. That's a 3 o'clock first pitch. We'll try to keep you updated on that score as we move along today as Hamilton misses outside on the full count offering and a lead-off walk issued to Connor Clift. That'll bring up Maddox Waldrop, the team's leader in batting average, batting .560 to start the season. He's got 14 hits, 8 RBI, 10 runs scored. Good start to the season for him. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. Hamilton set and the pitch. Checks his swing, but it's called a strike anyway. The count is 0-1. So along with that Klamath Union game going on today, one other game I want to keep tabs on. Hidden Valley playing North Bend today. That game also starts at 3. That's a Skyline Conference opponent for the Hornets and a top 10 team in Oregon. So Junction City, I'm sure, also conscious of results for the Mustangs. We'll try to keep you updated on that one as well as we move along. And then in the 1A and 2A class, 3 teams in action today in Special District 6. Bonanza hosts Cross Point Christian. That game actually got started at 2 o'clock today as the 1-1 on its way to Waldrop. Hit in the air, foul. Count is 1-2. The other team in action today also at a 2 o'clock first pitch. We'll try to find a score update for you in a moment. Lost River traveling to Glendale today. So it's a 1-2 count to the Junction City catcher, Maddox Waldrop. Runner aboard at first is Connor Clift. Hamilton and the delivery. That one's hit high to left field, but playable for Douglas. And he will make the catch for the first out. Waldrop retired, and it brings up Caden Schaefer. Clift remains put there at first. All right, so some score updates from around the base, and I'll start rattling them off to you after this first pitch to Caden Schaefer. The starting pitcher today for the Tigers is 0 for 1. He struck out back in the first inning. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. It misses up and away. The count is 1-0. Jumping out to a big lead against Bonanza. The Cross Point Christian Warriors lead 14-0 against the Antlers early. Lost River leading Glendale 4-1. Back here, it's a 1-0 ball game that the Hornets lead Junction City, and a strike called. No, Schaefer held up in time. I thought the umpire called a strike. He actually checked down to the base umpire, who said he held up in time, so the count 2-0 to Schaefer. Hamilton ready with the 2-0. Delivers home. That one catches the outside corner just above the knees in the zone. The count 2 balls and a strike to Schaefer. And again, one other game that we're waiting to start. They'll start in about 10 minutes is Klamath Union and Cottage Grove. 2-1 pitch home. That one finds the zone, if a little bit off the plate, to Schaefer. 2 strikes on him now. 2-2, 1 out. Runner on is Connor Clift. He led off this inning with a walk. Hamilton eyes in. Schaefer a wide stance. He is going to hold up his swing, but a check down on the base umpire. This time he went around. And Schaefer down on strikes for the second time today. 2 outs, and it brings up Braden Roschert. Roschert 0 for 1 today. He flew out to center field back in the first inning. Here's the pitch in. Right down the middle, maybe a bit low. Hard to see up and down sometimes. I think that pitch was low, 1-0. Our vantage point field level here at Junction City, not elevated like it is at some other places, so apologies for not able to locate all of these pitches exactly right, as that one for sure misses outside. The count is 2-0 to Braden Roschert. On deck, Jaron Weed. Roschert, one of the guys, an underclassman we talked about, a freshman, stands 6'3" in the right-handed batter's box, getting the nod today. As that pitch finds the zone. Count is 2-1. Board at first still is Clift. 2 outs and a 2-1 count. Takini gives the signal. Sets up outside. The pitch is rolled out to shortstop. Shively underhand dish onto second for the force. And that will end the inning. A leadoff walk, but the Tigers leave them stranded. It's still a 1-0 ball game as we go to the 4th next on MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
Getting set for the top of the 4th inning from Junction City, and it's a 1-0 ball game. Checking the line score so far. 1 run on 5 hits, no errors for Henley. They have left 5 runners on base for Junction City. No runs on 1 hit. They've committed 3 errors and left 3 runners on base. Leading things off in the top of the fourth for the Hornets, it's Cam Carpenter, Porter Frost, and Ryan Douglas. That's 7, 8, and 9 in the order. First pitch to Carpenter misses low. It's 1-0 the count to the designated hitter for Henley. He's hidden in place of the center fielder Harley Hoblet. Pitch from Caden Schaefer. Fouls that one off. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Carpenter 1-1 in the ball game today. He singled and was left stranded in the second inning. Carpenter tall in the right-handed batter's box, awaiting the 1-1 home. Swung on and missed. A curveball got Carpenter to chase. The count is a ball and 2 strikes to the Henley freshman. Again, Porter Frost is on deck. Carpenter chokes up on the bat a little bit in a 2-strike count. Schaefer out of the windup. Goes curveball and Carpenter swings over the top of it. That'll be the first out in the fourth inning, and it will bring up Porter Frost. Frost 0 for 1 in the ball game so far. He was a strikeout casualty back in the second inning, 0 for 1 today. That was strikeout number 8, by the way, for Schaefer in the first out in the fourth inning. He got into a little bit of trouble in the first. Hornets scored a run. Since then, he's been lights out. Pitch in from Schaefer. Misses low and in the turf. The count is 1-0. Porter Frost, 143 on the season for the Hornets. In terms of guys who've got a significant sample size, Frost rounding out the top hitters in the Hornets order. Got a couple guys who haven't had any at-bats yet, but most everyone has. Only 3 guys have yet to have an at-bat. Hunter Glidden, Harley Hoblet. Gaines Cleland is having 3 at-bats so far, but he was 0 for his first 3 on the season. Count is 2 balls and a strike now to Porter Frost, starting in right field today. Pitch into Frost. Hit foul to right side. Count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Want to remind you that's the first of 2 games today from Junction City. For those of you watching on mybasin.com, the second game will be brought to you right here on the very same link. Of course, if you're listening on the radio, you don't have to go anywhere either. Frost calls timeout in the box, wants to gather himself before the 2-2 pitch. Schaefer motions and delivers. Frost swings and misses at the outside breaking ball. 2 punch-outs to start the fourth for the right-hander for Junction City, and it brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas 0 for 1 in the ball game today. He struck out back in the second inning. Schaefer just found himself punch-out number 9. Pitch in. That one finds the outside corner. A firm fastball. The two-seam kind of leaked back over the plate after starting off. But out of the right-hander's hand, it breaks just enough back to find the zone. Here's the 0-1. That one missed in. Schaefer tried to go with that front door breaking pitch again. Didn't have enough break on it, though. Is a good take by Douglas. Evens the count at 1. Here comes Schaefer again. That one misses low. 2-1. Should Douglas get on base, the lineup turns over next for Henley with Connor Shively on deck. Schaefer gets the signal, delivers the pitch. That looked to be another two-seam fastball about knee-high. The count now even. 2-2 to the Henley left fielder. Douglas 250 to start the season. Schaefer gets ready to deliver. Douglas fouled that one back into the catcher's glove, but strike 3 nonetheless. Schaefer punches out the side, but the Hornets carry the lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning next on 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you're aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Getting set for the bottom of the 4th inning here on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Henley Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers 1-0. Due up this half for the Tigers, middle of their order, 5, 6, and 7. Jaron Weed, Landon Van Heck, and Mason Toffel. Corbin Hamilton, check of the line score for him here in just a moment, as the first pitch is a curveball hit in the air, high to right field. Porter Frost moving back, gets underneath it, and makes the catch for the first out in the 4th inning. So Corbin Hamilton, the reason I check his line score is his pitch count. That was pitch number 57 for Corbin. Through 3 1/3 innings, he's given up 1 hit and 3 strikeouts against 2 walks. The reason I start to think about Corbin's pitch count, we'll see how Henley manages it with their league game coming up on Tuesday next week. The Phoenix Pirates have been off to a really great start, one of their best starts, if not the best start in program history, as the first pitch called a strike to Landon Van Heck. The count is 0-1, so Henley's got to worry about that game coming up against Phoenix. But for Junction City, the reins are just as tight, as they've got a game against Marist coming up on Tuesday as well. That game on the road, that'll be a good series as well against Marist between the Tigers. 1-1 the count to Landon Van Heck, and the pitch. That one's hit sharply left side of the infield and through into left field, and a 1-out single for Landon Van Heck. That's the first base hit of the game for Junction City since their first hitter of the game. Back in the first inning, Connor Clift had a double. And now here in the 4th, with 1 out, Landon Van Heck on board with a single. That'll bring up third baseman Mason Toffel. Right-handed hitting third baseman here for the Tigers. The pitch in. It's going to miss upstairs. Count is 1-0. He's 0 for 1 today. He popped out trying to lay down a bunt in the 2nd inning. An opportunity to swing away here for him. The 1-0 pitch. Here it comes from Hamilton. 2-seam fastball. Crept back over the plate outside, but called a strike. Count is even, 1-1. On deck for the Tigers is Alex Sanguins. .320 hitter at the plate for the Tigers. Here's the pitch in. Curveball drops in for a strike. Caught a lot of the plate there for Hamilton, but it started up and out of the zone only to break in. Got away with one there. The count is 1-2. Hamilton trying to set him down here. And the pitch. Inside fastball jammed him. Did he go around? Yes, he did. And a punch out will set down Mason Toffel for Alex Sanguins. Beautiful 2-seam fastball up and in. That was a pitch that Hamilton was trying to place back in the first inning. It kind of gone away from it until that one there. And got the batter swinging. Now here's Alex Sanguins with 2 outs and a runner aboard at first. A 1-0 ball game. Hamilton going to check on the runner at first. Trying to keep Van Heck honest over there. Hornets scored their only run back in the first inning as well. Since then, it's been a pitcher's duel today in Junction City. Pitch in from Hamilton. Drops in a breaking ball. Count is 0-1. Just above the belt on the outside corner to Alex Sanguins. On deck is Bryson Rodriguez, hoping for a chance with a couple of guys on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hamilton ready to go. And the pitch. Fouled back into the glove of the catcher, Takini. Sanguins looked to be a little bit out in front, maybe, of that pitch. Probably dial back the velocity a little bit here for Hamilton. In an 0-2 count, he can do just about anything he wants. Here's the pitch from Corbin. Goes off speed and misses upstairs. Count is 1-2. That's a good pitch from Hamilton. Those curveballs, though, have gone either way today. It's been a little bit inconsistent behind the dish, but Hamilton going to have to come back with the 1-2. Two-seam fastball jammed him. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. I mean, it's hard enough to hit those curveballs. It's got to be hard to call balls and strikes, too. I don't want to rag on our home plate umpire today, but, I mean, we got 2 really good breaking ball pitchers today in Corbin Hamilton and Caden Schaefer. The 1-2, there's that curveball, and that'll ring up Sanguines. No questions asked, and that will end the 4th inning. As we go to the top of the 5th, the Hornets carry a 1-run lead. Back with more next on MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Josh Eldridge here, back with you for more Henley baseball on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Top of the 5th inning, and Henley leads 1-0. Connor Shively leading things off for the Hornets in this half inning as he takes strike 1. It's Shively, Sims, and Tacchini to get things started. Top third of the lineup for the Hornets as Shively watches a breaking pitch miss low. Count, according to the scoreboard here, is 2-1. Let's see. Pitch in from Schaefer. Hit towards left field, down for a leadoff base hit, and Shively getting things started the right way for the Hornets in the top of the 5th inning. Brings up Carson Sims for the Hornets. Sims so far on the ball game is 1 for 2. He singled back in the 1st inning and would come around and score. He would also strike out in the 3rd inning. But a chance here to move Shively into scoring position. We'll see what the Hornets have on here. Again, a 1-0 ball game. Every run important. Infield expecting a bunt here from Sims. He tried to lay one down earlier, and here he shows bunt again. This pitch, though, he pulls back in time, and it misses low. The count is 1-0. Junction City fans not thrilled with that call behind the plate, but below Sims' knees, he gets ahead 1-0. Jacoby Tacchini is on deck. Pitch in from Schaefer. Sims lays down a bunt the third base side. Third baseman up with it. No one is there to cover the bag, and it squirts away. Now advancing to third is Connor Shively. Sims now going to take second. No one's covering the bag, and Sims gets second base for free. The Tigers in the infield not knowing where to go, and it costs them a base. 2 men in scoring position. Nobody out for Jacoby Tacchini. Tigers might need to call an infield meeting here. They're barking at each other, and now out comes the head coach. He's going to settle things down, and certainly needed after that play. It was a bunt down the third base side, and no one was covering really any bases. And so Sims was able to get second base. And while they discuss things out there on the hill, we'll remind you, today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you by Gino's on East Main Street in Klamath Falls. Open every morning at 6:30, serving up their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at ilovegenos.com or have it brought right to you with DoorDash. Also want to give a shout out to the crew at Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance in Jason Taylor. They use a modern and research-backed approach to physical therapy to ensure you see both a reduction in pain and enhanced mobility, getting you back to peak levels of optimal health and wellness. Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance has been treating athletes of all ages since 2020. And it looks like that miscue in the infield has triggered a pitching change for the Junction City Tigers. The Hornets flirting with extending this lead here in the top of the fifth inning and a 1-0 ball game. We'll have a new pitcher when we come back for the Tigers on 104.3, 960 Sports, and mybasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Welcome you back to the ball game. The Hornets in a great opportunity to try to add to their 1-0 lead. Two men in scoring position for Jacoby Takini and a new pitcher into the game for Junction City. They're going to walk Takini and try to get a force at any base for the cleanup hitter, Ian Meyer. Meyer is 0 for 2 today, but he's reached base both times. An error allowed him to reach base in the first and third innings. I want to introduce you to the new pitcher, Landon Van Heck, for the Junction City Tigers. Van Heck making his 4th appearance of the season. All of them have been in relief so far. He's pitched 9 1/3 innings and a 1-1 record. He's allowed 9 hits and 4 earned runs. Here's a pop-up to the right side. That one is going to be trouble. It is down in fair territory, and Shively is going to score. Sims going to hold up at third. A diving attempt in the outfield, but nobody comes up with it, and a base hit for Ian Meyer scores a run. The Hornets lead 2-0. We'll get all the defensive changes here for the Tigers in a moment as Landon Van Heck came in from right field. And here comes Derek Cox with the bases loaded and still nobody out for the Hornets. Pitch is hit back up the middle to the shortstop. Rochert onto second for 1 and onto first. He is safe at first and a run comes in and scores. Sims touches home and they also get Max Price up to third. Ian Meyer was out at second base on the fielder's choice. But a run comes apart. He's safe at first after the fielder's choice, and it makes it a 3-0 ball game. Runners remain at the corners for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton so far on the game is 1 for 2, singled in the second, struck out in the third. Pitch to Hamilton. There's that outside bender. It catches the zone. The count is 0-1, but on the move from first is Derek Cox, now into scoring position. So it looks like, as far as changes for the Tigers, Jackson Hayes has taken over in center field. Bryson Rodriguez has moved over to right. Caden Schaefer now plays third. Bouncer towards the left side, out of play. Count is 0-2. There is one out in the inning and two men in scoring position. (0-2) to Corbin Hamilton. That one misses high and tight. Count is now 1-2. Could go a long way for the Hornets here. Again, they've added 2 runs here in this inning, but with Hamilton's pitch count the way it is, any insurance is helpful late in the ball game. Hamilton takes a ball inside. Count is 2-2 to Corb. A good take there against the left-handed thrower, Van Heck. That one looks like it's going to find the zone all the way in until it just jams you late, but a good take there by Corbin. Here's the 2-2. Curveball. Hamilton swung and missed. 2 strikeouts on the day for Corbin, and the second out in the 5th inning, and it brings up Cam Carpenter. Max Price aboard at third. Derek Coxon at second. 2 outs in the inning for Cam Carpenter. That pitch misses low and in the turf. Waldrop knocks it down, though, not let anything get past him here in a really high-leverage spot for either team. Hornets could push this game wide open with a hit here from the freshman, but a 3-run lead, still uncomfy against this Junction City Tigers squad. The pitch in, misses upstairs, up around the letters. Count is 2-0. After Carpenter, should the inning continue, it's Porter Frost. Van Heck trying to leave him stranded. The pitch in, a curveball misses low. 3-0 the count to Carpenter. Gone outside to the righty now a few times. Here's Van Heck with the delivery. That one misses in. Carpenter takes the walk. He'll load up the bases for Porter Frost. Frost 0 for 2 today. Although we might be getting a change, it looks like Chase Barrett is going to take this at-bat here. As Coach Sean Teeters comes down the line to let the umpire know of the change today. Welcome to the ball game, Chase Barrett. We'll see if he takes over for Frost in right field too, or if there's any other changes coming for the Hornets. So Barrett's first at-bat today. Chase batting .333 to start the season for Henley. 3 for his first 9 at-bats, but he's been used primarily as a courtesy or pinch runner. 11 runs scored this season is good for second most on the ball club. But a chance to do damage the other way with the stick instead of his legs here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. His team already has a 3-run lead against Junction City. But again, a chance to blow this game wide open. Barrett watches one outside. The count is 1-0. Again, 3 runs, not comfortable against one of the best teams, if not the best team in the state of Oregon. Junction City 10-1 to start the year. The only game that they've lost was a 1-run loss against Scappoose, who's number 1 in the state. Takes a pitch upstairs, 2-0 to Chase Barrett. Ryan Douglas still on deck. Pitch into Barrett. The 2-0. Watches one, miss upstairs, 3-0. Big pitch on the way. Again, bases loaded. They got nowhere to put Barrett. A walk here means a run for the Hornets. Max Price stands 90 feet away. The pitch in. That one misses in. Ball 4, and the Hornets lead 4-0. I want to take you back to about 5 batters ago, to Carson Sims, who reached on an error, and Junction City hasn't been right since. They were talking to each other in the infield. The coach came out, made a pitching change, and now the Hornets have extended this lead. Next pitch misses upstairs to Ryan Douglas. The count is 1-0 to him. 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 1-0 to h Cam Carpenter at second, Derek Cox at third, Barrett aboard at first, and the 1-0 home to Ryan Douglas. That one will find the zone. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Since that error that allowed Sims to reach and moved Shively over to third, Takini was an intentional walk. Myers singled. A fielder's choice in the infield followed by a strikeout, but then back-to-back walks from Van Heck. But here's a pop-up. Looks playable for the catcher. Tough one to make, but Waldrop gloves it to end the bleeding here in the fifth. But the Hornets do score 3 runs on just 2 hits. The Tigers commit an error, and the Hornets leave the bases loaded as we go to the bottom half of the fifth next on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Getting set for the bottom of the fifth inning. The Henley Hornets lead 4-0 against the Junction City Tigers. Due up this half inning for the Tigers is Bryson Rodriguez, Connor Clift, and Maddox Waldrop. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order. Corbin Hamilton still on the hill for the Hornets. They're going to take his right arm as far as it'll get him, it seems. Pitch swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1 to Bryson Rodriguez. He's 0 for 1 today. He struck out back in the second inning. Tigers looking for a window back into this ball game. The 0-1 pitch finds the zone on the outside corner, 0-2. Henley scored 3 runs in the top half of this inning to extend their lead, but the Tigers have a chance here to just chip away. They don't need to get it all back here, but set themselves up for success as the game goes on. The 0-2 pitch in a very similar place as the 0-1 pitch, although this time called a ball. The count's 1-2 now to Rodriguez. Takini again setting up outside, and this one is fouled back. Count is still 1-2 to Rodriguez. He started the game in center field, but after the Tigers made a pitching change in the top half of this inning, he has since moved over to right. Takini gives the signal and the location for the pitch. Here's a bouncer back up the middle. That kind of dies in the middle of the infield, and Shively won't have a play on it. That'll be an infield single for Bryson Rodriguez. Back to the top of the order for Connor Clift. Tough play for Shively to get to. It was a high bouncer over the head of Hamilton, and although Shively came charging in, that's a tough play anyway. Only the third hit of the day for Junction City against Corbin Hamilton. He has quieted one of the best lineups in the state. But we'll see if this is their time here in the fifth after a leadoff base runner. Back to the top of the order. Here's Connor Clift. Wide batting stance from the left side. Hamilton set to deliver. Here's the pitch. Curveball misses in. Count is 1-0. Clift 1 for 1 today. He doubled in the first inning and then walked in the third. Modest lead off of first base for Rodriguez. Plays in the outfield. Got to assume he's got some speed. The pitch in, a 2-seam fastball catches the zone. Count is 1-1. Rodriguez on the season is 6 for 6 in stolen base attempts. That's second most on the team. Count is a ball and a strike at the plate to Connor Clift. Move over to first. Back safely, even without a dive, is Bryson Rodriguez. Team leader in stolen bases is actually their catcher, Maddox Waldrop. He's got 8 stolen bags on the season. And he's due up next. Pitch into Connor Clift. Curveball waved at and missed. Count is 1-2. That was a big swing for a hanging curveball, but came up empty with it. And now Hamilton ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out and a runner aboard at first. Check on the runner before Hamilton comes set. And now the pitch. That one just misses off the plate outside. Hamilton tried to sneak it in there. Maybe a touch low as well. The count's even now, 2-2. Clift awaits the 2-strike offering. Hamilton obliges. That one's going to miss low, and the count runs full. Clift, the senior, looking to keep a rally going here for his team. They desperately need one, down 4 runs here near the late innings. He's going to call time. Junction City Tigers fans hoping for something big from their leadoff hitter here. The 3-2 pitch in, and the runner is on the move. It's a line drive into center field. It's going to be down in front of the center fielder, Hoblet. And that'll be back-to-back base hits for the Tigers here in the 5th. And they've got something brewing here in the bottom half of this inning with the middle part of the order, the dangerous part of the order due up here. Maddox Waldrop steps in. Like I said, on defense, that last half inning, the Tigers sort of crumbled at times, but, well, nothing gets you back locked into a ball game like a couple of runners on. And for Maddox Waldrop, a guy you want hitting in this spot, bats .406 to start the season. The pitch in. It misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. After Waldrop in the order, Caden Schaefer waits on deck. For Maddox so far today, he is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning, otherwise he flew out. The 1-0 in. 2-seam fastball catches the zone from Hamilton. Might have dialed back the velo a little bit to get it across there. 1-1 to Maddox Waldrop. Along with batting .406 this season, 6 RBI, and he leads the team in runs scored with 15. Hamilton comes together, takes a look at the runner Rodriguez out at second, and now the pitch in. Curveball fouled back into the glove of Tacchini, and he's got 2 strikes on the Junction City catcher. Schaefer waits on deck. Waldrop would love to send one into the gap here, but more than anything, just get on base. And before this 1-2 pitch, we'll have a quick conference out on the mound. Tacchini and Hamilton talking things over. Want to remind you today's broadcast brought to you in part by Harbor Isles Tennis and Fitness Club. They exist to provide a clean, multi-use facility for the advancement of health, wellness, and longevity to their members and the community. We invite you to join Harbor Isles, where they feature top-of-the-line equipment, full-service personal training, and an array of group exercise classes. Tacchini heads back behind the dish. Well, he was on his way back. Here he comes. All right, a ball and 2 strikes to Maddox Waldrop. Aboard at second is Bryson Rodriguez. Aboard at first is Connor Clift. It's a 4-0 ball game. In the bottom of the 5th inning, the Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers. Hamilton set to deliver the pitch. Off-speed pitch, lifted high, out of play, foul. Count remains 1-2. Back towards Junction City High School. It's behind us. In front of us, you can see the grandstand to the football field, right straightaway center. Outfield actually doubles as their football field during the fall. And it looks like Craig Connor makes his way out of the dugout. I'm assuming here in the middle of an at-bat, it is to make a change. Let's see is what Coach Connor decides to do here. It is a high-leverage spot. Might just be trying to talk Hamilton down. Shively, Sims, Cox, and Meyer in the infield. And it looks like we've got someone coming out of the Hornets dugout, so we are going to see a pitching change here. Bottom of the 5th inning, a 4-0 lead for the Hornets. We're going to step aside. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher when we come back on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other, a place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Welcome you back to Henley Hornets Baseball on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com. A new man on the mound for the Henley Hornets. It's the sophomore Ty Teeters making his second appearance of the spring. His previous outing went 2 innings. He gave up 3 hits and 2 runs and struck out 3 batters. An ERA of 7, but too small of a sample size to judge off of just 2 innings. He enters in a important spot in this ball game. His team leads 4-0, but he's got 2 men on, inherited from Corbin Hamilton, who stays in the game. We'll get you the changes here in a minute, but Bryson Rodriguez aboard at second, Connor Clift aboard at first, and it's a 1-2 count to Maddox Waldrop. Other changes for Henley as Ty Teeters comes into the game. Harley Hoblet exits. Corbin Hamilton stays in the game. He's now in left. The former left fielder Ryan Douglas has moved over to replace Hoblet in center. Otherwise, Cox still at third, Shively at short, Sims at second, Meyer at first, and Tacchini behind the dish with Frost in right field. 1-2 pitch coming up to Maddox Waldrop. It misses low and in the turf. The count is 2-2. And again, Corbin Hamilton removed in the middle of this at-bat. So 2-2. The count to Waldrop. Hamilton exits at 84 pitches. The 2-2. That one is hit on a line. Shively, a diving stop, plays it on a hop onto second for 1. Sims is going to have to eat it. No throw down to get Waldrop, but a great play by Shively to get to get Clift, I suppose. In the meantime, Rodriguez advances to third, so they'll keep runners at the corners now with 1 out, and that brings up Caden Schaefer. Schaefer is 0 for 2 today. He has struck out each time. Ty Teeters, the right-hander, looking in against Caden Schaefer. That pitch misses low and away. The count is 1-0. Good job by Tacchini to knock that one down, keep it in front of him. Maddox Waldrop staying put at first, although we'll see how long he stays put at first. Again, the team leader in stolen bases, and the Tigers need runners in scoring position here. Pitch from Teeters misses outside, 2-0. After Schaefer, it's Braden Roschert in the order for the Tigers. 2-0 the count to Caden Schaefer. Teeters working slowly out there. Here's the pitch. That one finds the zone. The count is 2-1. Again, pace, something that differs from pitcher to pitcher. Hamilton gets the ball back, wants to throw it right away. Ty Teeters, a sophomore, wanting to find his own rhythm out there as he comes together for the 2-1. Move over to first, and back safely is Maddox Waldrop. Eugene Register Gar's Player of the Year. Caden Schaefer at the dish in an important spot. His team down by 4. Here's the 2-1. Lifted into the air, right field. Coming in is Frost. That one is going to get down in front of him and then gets by Frost. 1 run is going to score. They will keep Waldrop at second. An RBI single for the Tigers gets him on the board, and they trail now 4-1. Keeping 2 men on base, 1 out still in the bottom of the 5th inning. RBI single for Caden Schaefer brings up Braden Roschert, and for Schaefer, extends his team lead in the RBI category. That was RBI number 16 for him. Braden Roschert 0 for 2 today, has flown out and grounded out thus far. He's made good contact. Pitch in. Misses low and in the turf. Takini, a fine job to keep in front of him as the count moves to 1-0. Braden Rochert, again, a freshman, but you wouldn't know it by his numbers. 15 hits, tied for the team lead. 6 doubles leads the team, and 12 RBI, second most. He bats .375. The 1-0, hit into the air, right center field. Going to be a tough one. Porter Frost makes the catch for the out. Had to move well into the gap to put that one away. And it brings up the number 5 hitter, Jaron Weed. Still 2 men on, but now 2 men out for the left fielder for the Tigers. Jaron grounded out in the first and flew out in the fourth. Here he bats from the left side against the right-handed throwing Ty Teeters. A 4-1 ball game, bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch. Curve ball, nicely broken off there by Teeters for strike 1. Caught in about knee-high over the middle of the dish, and Ty uses it to get ahead. Teeters takes a look at the runner at second. That's Maddox Waldrop. A lot of speed out there. The pitch in. A bouncer towards Shively at short. Plays it on 2 hops. Sets his feet. Strong throw across the diamond is in time for the out. And the Tigers leave 2 men stranded, but they do score 1 on the RBI single from Caden Schaefer. A 4-1 ball game as we go to the top of the 6th next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
It is a 4-1 ball game as we get set for the top of the 6th inning. Checking the line score here for both teams. The Hornets have 4 runs on 9 hits. They've committed no errors, and they have left 8 runners on base so far. For Junction City, 1 run on 5 hits. The Tigers have committed 4 errors, and they have left 6 runners on base so far. Top of the order due up here for the Hornets. Connor Shively, Carson Sims, and Jacoby Takini, as they look to extend their 3-run advantage. They scored 3 runs in the top half of the 5th inning. And in that inning, Connor Shively also led things off. He's 1 for 3 today. He singled in his most recent at-bat and came around to score. First pitch taking here. It's taken for strike 1. Looked over the middle of the plate. Count is 0-1 to Connor. Van Heck still on the mound for the Tigers as he drops that one in for a strike. The count is 0-2. We'll give you the final line score on Junction City's starter, Caden Schaefer, here in just a moment. As that pitch misses up and away, it is 1-2. Schaefer exited the game after 4 innings pitched, gave up 7 hits and 3 runs. They were all, I don't think they were all earned. That's what our scorebook says here. And 10 strikeouts for him. And well, here in a 2-strike count, Van Heck records his 2nd strikeout against Connor Shively, and that will bring up Carson Sims. Sims is 1 for 3 today. He's got 2 runs scored, though, as he takes a pitch up and away there, 1-0. Sims started in the first inning with a single. He would come around to score on that trip around the bases. He struck out in the 3rd, but reached on an error last inning in the 5th and would come around to score then as well. Here he takes a curveball in around the knees for strike 1. The count is even to the Henley second baseman Carson Sims with Jacoby Takini on deck. Sims sends a chopper down the line. It is fair and into left field. Sims a turnaround first, headed for second. He will get in with a standing double. And the coach for Junction City is now going to come out. The umpire called a fair ball. And now the coach coming out to discuss. You can't really go back and change a fair or foul call. It was close. Schaefer didn't play it because he thought it was going foul, but Sims winds up with a one-out double. And the umpire coming out, and now we've got some chirping from the Junction City dugout. Looks like a warning from them. Hard to necessarily blame them. That was a close call down the line, but Takini's going to take an intentional walk. He gets on. 2 men on, 1 man out for the cleanup hitter, Ian Meyer. For Carson Sims, double number 4 on the season pulls him even with Takini for the team lead. All right, Meyer stepping in now. He's reached base all 3 times today, but is only 1 for 3 on the ball game. He reached on errors twice, once in the first and once in the third. First pitch to Meyer here, misses outside, 1-0. Meyer would then single in the 5th and knock in a run in doing so. And another RBI opportunity for the Henley first baseman here. Meyer batting .345 on the season. Pitch from Van Heck is going to miss upstairs, 2-0. Again, they intentionally walked Takini. I don't know if I made that clear. They put Max Price in to run for him at first. So Max Price aboard, Carson Sims aboard, Ian Meyer at the plate in a 2-0 count. The pitch in, Meyer fouls it straight back. The count is 2-1. Meyer right on that fastball, if not a little bit underneath it. Trying to find that location here in a 2-1 count. The left-handed thrower Van Heck offers up a breaking ball. It's hit to the right side and through into the outfield. They're giving Sims the green light. He is going to get in standing, and another RBI single for Ian Meyer makes it 5-1 Henley. Price advancing to second. Meyer again, the RBI adds another for Ian. RBI number 9 on the season pulls him even for second most on the team. Here's Derek Cox. Cox reached on a fielder's choice, knocked in a run last inning. He also struck out in the first and singled in the third. Pitch into Cox, misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. Still just 1 out in the inning. It was Connor Shively who led off this inning after striking out, but since then, Sims doubled, Takini walked, and that RBI single from Meyer brought in a run. The 1-0 into Cox. That one misses maybe a bit upstairs, maybe a touch off the plate as well. The count is 2-0 to Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton waits on deck for the Hornets. Pitch into Cox. That one is going to find the zone. Maybe a touch inside. 2-1 now as Derek will have to readjust here. Takes a look down at Coach Teeters. Not much you can do about an inside strike call. Derek Cox got to get back in there. Here's the 2-1. That one misses off the plate outside. Maybe a touch low as well. 3-1. Small lead off of first for Meyer, not much to speak of. Price, not necessarily aggressive off the plate at second, too, as that pitch comes in and hits Derek Cox right there on, I think, his elbow. Oh, no, that was ball 4. I was looking at the wrong scoreboard here. Ball 4 to Derek Cox, and that loads the bases. Advancing to third is Max Price. Advancing to second is Ian Meyer, and Derek Cox aboard after the walk. Golden opportunity here for Corbin Hamilton, but first we'll get a meeting at the mound as head coach Tony Stavros up and out of the dugout for the second time today. We'll see if they wind up making a change here for the Tigers in a big spot. Their team down 4 and the bases loaded here in the top of the 6th inning. We'll remind you today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by Howard's Meat Center, where tradition meets innovation with every cut and every bite of Smokin' H Barbecue. As you step through their doors, you're not just entering a meat center, you're stepping back to a time when the quality of the meat and the depth of the customer service were everything. Check out Howard's Meat Center next to Les Schwab Tires on South 6th Street. Also want to give a shout out to the folks down at Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi on Washburn Way. Still got a conference going out there on the mound. The home plate umpires joined him for about the last 10 seconds. Usually that means the conference is concluded. Here it means it's just getting started. They wave in a change. It looks like they are going to finally make a change. And so we will officially step aside in a 5-1 ball game. Top of the 6th inning, the Hornets have the bases loaded and a new pitcher coming in for the Tigers. We'll be right back with more Hornets baseball next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
Top of the 6th inning, and the Tigers have a pitching change. It's going to be a swap between the left fielder and the pitcher, looks like. It looks like Van Heck went to right field. And Rodriguez, I think, is back in left, it looks like. Jaron Weed is the new pitcher here for the Tigers. Weed has made one previous appearance this season. It was a 3-inning start where he gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run with 5 strikeouts. Trying to use him here in a big spot against Corbin Hamilton. The Hornets with a 5-1 lead in the top of the 6th inning, and the bases loaded. At third, it's Max Price, Ian Meyer aboard at second, and Derek Cox aboard at first. And the first 2 pitches from the left hand of Jaron Weed are going to miss. Count is 2-0 to Corbin Hamilton. Pitch into Hamilton, an elevated fastball swung underneath it. The count is 2-1. After Hamilton in the order is Cam Carpenter. Hamilton batting .400 this year, takes a pitch inside, 3-0. And again, they got nowhere to put him. A walk here means a run with Price there at third. He scored on a walk last time around as well. Pitch into Hamilton. Swung on and missed, an inside fastball. Good pitch to swing at for Hamilton, but a little bit tardy on the inside heat. And it runs the count full. Decent lead off of second for Ian Meyer. No one really holding him to it. This one's hit hard. Center field. Going back is the center fielder, Hayes. He's able to settle underneath it. The catch is made, but a run will score, and Ian Meyer will advance as well. It's a 6-1 ball game. There's now 2 outs and runners at the corners as Price scores. Meyer to third. Cox stays at first. A sacrifice fly and an RBI for Corbin Hamilton. And now it's Cam Carpenter in a 6-1 ball game. Carpenter singled in the second. He struck out in the fourth, and he walked in the fifth. Pitch into Carpenter. That's going to catch the inside corner of the zone. The count is 0-1. After Carpenter in the order, looks like Porter Frost is on deck. Here is the 0-1. Misses off the plate away. And no throw down to try to get Cox, who advances to second base. 2 men in scoring position now for Cam. And 2 outs, top of the 6th inning in a 5-run ball game. Pitch into Carpenter. Curveball finds the zone. Nice pitch there from Weed, 1-2. Carpenter, a .250 hitter. Settles in for a 2-strike offering. Here it is. That one misses upstairs. Good take there by the freshman, 2-2. Henley has scored 2 runs already in this inning. Carson Sims and Max Price have each come in to score. Here's the 2-2. Curveball hit the opposite way but foul. Carpenter a little bit late on that breaking pitch, but a good job to stay alive and fight it off. That's that breaking pitch that they've gone to a few times now where it starts away from the hitter and just leaks back across the zone. If you can time it right, you can give it a ride. That time, Carpenter just fighting it off. This time, he takes a look at strike 3 on the outside corner, but the Hornets add 2 runs on 2 hits in the inning, and they lead 6-1 to the bottom half of the 6th next on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
It is the bottom of the 6th inning here at Junction City High School. In Game 1 of a doubleheader today, the Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers. Due up for them in this half inning, Landon Van Heck. Then it'll be number 9. I don't have a number 9 on the roster. I'll have to take a look at the lineup sheet here in just a moment. But Alex Sanguin set to round out this half inning. 6, 7, and 8 in the order. And the pitch is going to miss low. The count is 1-1. Jackson Hayes is the on-deck batter for the Tigers. The pitch in. Curveball misses up and away. 2-1. That one's hit the opposite way. Up with it is the third baseman, Cox. Fires across the infield in time. Meyer picks it out of the dirt for the first out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ty Teeters into his 2nd inning of work after taking over for Hamilton in the 5th. Give you the final line score on Hamilton. If the lead holds, he would be in line for a win after 4 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, and 1 run against 5 strikeouts. Here's the pitch right over the heart of the plate. I think that missed low. The count is 1-0. Pitch to Hayes. That one produces a swing and a miss in a similar location. The count is even at 1 to Jackson Hayes. Alex Sanguin's on deck. Pitch to the left-handed hitting Hayes. That's a curveball. That one missed in. A couple inches off the inside part of the plate. The count is 2-1. Taking a look at Hayes and his statistical output so far this season. After this pitch is a fastball. Might have to hold on to that one. A slow roller out to second. Sims up with it. Throw to first is in time. Sims charging in to make that play and record the second out. Now it's Alex Sanguins. He's 0 for 2 today. On the season, Sanguins bats .235. He is 4 for his first 17 at the plate, but he does have 4 RBI. Here, not an RBI opportunity, just looking to get on base and extend this inning. Pitch from Ty Teeters. A curveball catches the outside corner, knee high for strike one. Sanguins, the sophomore, 6'2", swings and misses at the off-speed stuff from Ty Teeters. The count now 0-2 to the Junction City second baseman. Setting him down in order would go a long way here for Teeters. 1 strike away from doing so. Takini gives the sign, the signal, the pitch. Another similar curveball. This time, Teeters tugs it down a little bit. It bounces to the plate, and the count is 1-2. Bryson Rodriguez waits on deck, hoping for a chance in this half inning. The pitch in from Teeters, misses up and away, 2-2. Corbin Hamilton again still patrolling left field after being pulled from the game last inning. Pitch in from Teeters, misses low. They tried to get him 3 straight out of the zone, but good takes from Sanguins have run the count full. It was a close curveball on that last one. Upstairs fastball. They've tried to change the eye level, but they can't get Sanguins swinging here. Teeters is going to come after him here on the 3-2. Goes curveball. There's the swing and the miss. And the Tigers go down in order in the 6th inning. The Hornets carry a 5-run lead to the 7th next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place and then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Back with you now for the top of the 7th inning in a 6-1 ball game. The Henley Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers. Due up this half, it's going to be Porter Frost, Ryan Douglas, and Connor Shively. Frost is 0 for 2 today, struck out a pair of times in the 2nd and 4th innings. He was hit for by Chase Barrett in the 5th, who walked, but so far, no base hits out of the 8th spot in the lineup for the Henley Hornets today, but Porter does take ball 1 outside after showing bunt, and so now the Tigers prepared for that opportunity. This time, Frost doesn't even show bunt as he takes an upstairs fastball. The count is 2-0. Throw back to the pitcher when a little bit of rice. We'll have a quick pause in the action, but Porter Frost ready to settle back in. An opportunity to just extend this lead a little bit for Henley. They've piled on 3 runs in the 5th, and they added 2 more in the 6th after a single run scored in the 1st inning to give them that 6-1 advantage. It's a 2-1 count now to Porter Frost after he took the first strike. And the delivery home is going to miss upstairs. 3-1 to Porter. Looking to get his season off the brakes here. He is 2 for his first 14. He takes strike 2 here. Good opportunity to find it here in this series against a good Junction City pitching staff ahead of the beginning of Skyline Conference play next week. The 3-2 in. Swung on and missed on the elevated fastball. Frost down on strikes for the first out in the 7th inning. Brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas is 0 for 3 today. He struck out in the second inning. He struck out in the fourth, and then he popped out in the fifth, trying to get on base here with one out in the seventh inning. The pitch into Douglas is hit to first base on a couple of hops. Clift is up with it, takes it to the bag for the out. 3 unassisted for the second out in the seventh inning. And back to the top of the Henley order, here's Connor Shively. 1 for 4 today is Shively. His lone base hit came in the fifth inning. He would later come in to score on that trip around the bases. Otherwise, he's struck out twice and flown out once. Lefty versus lefty here as the delivery from Weed is going to miss upstairs. The count is 1-0. Shively, lots of interest to play at the next level, can certainly do it. A guy who's multi-positional. The 1-0 pitch in is going to miss outside, 2-0. Shively has manned the shortstop position the last couple of seasons for the Hornets, but he can also play catcher. It's what he did his first 2 seasons for Henley. Now in his senior season, second year at shortstop. The 2-0 pitch is going to miss in, 3-0. Shively, an all-conference player in his first 3 seasons, his freshman year, his sophomore year, and his junior year. He was an all-conference player at 3 different positions. The 3-0 is going to find the zone 3-1. His freshman year was mostly used as a designated hitter, so he won the utility position, all-conference. Then his sophomore year, he was a catcher, all-conference there. Last year, all-conference shortstop. 3-1, hit the opposite way by the outstretched glove of the shortstop, Rochert, and into left field. A 2-out single for Connor Shively brings up Carson Sims. Sims today has reached base 3 times. He is 2 for 4, and he scored 3 runs. He singled in the first, struck out in the third, reached on an error in the fifth, and doubled last time up in the 6th inning. Move over to first. Shively back safely. It was a high throw. The first baseman, Clift, left his feet to bring that one in. And with a 5-run deficit for Junction City, Weed just needs to focus on the hitter here with 2 outs already. The pitch into Sims. A bouncing ball towards third. Schaefer on the charge. Plays it on a hop. A strong throw to first is in time, and that will do it in the top of the 7th inning. The Hornets get a base hit, but they leave Shively stranded. A 6-1 ball game as we go to the last of the 7th next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Ty Teeter's looking to close out this game in the bottom of the 7th inning on the hill for the Henley Hornets. They lead 6-1. Due up this half for Junction City, it's 9-1-2 in their order. Bryson Rodriguez, then back to the top for Connor Clift and Maddox Waldrop. First pitch from Ty Teeters on the way to Rodriguez is a ball. It missed and actually bounced off the plate. The count is 1-0. So far today for Rodriguez, he is 1 for 2. He struck out in the second inning, but he singled and would later score in the 5th. Pitch in, misses away. The count is now 2-0 to Bryson Rodriguez. I want to remind you to stick with us during our post-game show today. We will break down the line score for you, set you up for the second of a doubleheader today, and name our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game. We'll tell you more about that in the post-game show. The 2-1 called a strike down Main Street. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Bryson Rodriguez. Here's the pitch. Teeters gets the swing and the miss for the second time today. Rodriguez down on strikes, and that'll be the first out in the 7th inning. Back to the top now for Connor Clift. Just looking to get on base. You can only start the rally here for Clift. He is 2 for 2 today, though. He doubled in the first, walked in the third, and then singled in the 5th. Curveball rattled foul. Count is 0-1 to the left-handed hitting first baseman for the Tigers. Maddox Waldrop is on deck for Junction City. Ty Teeters ahead in the count 0-1. Looks in, gets the sign from Takini. And now the pitch. Goes two-seam fastball, misses off the plate away. 1-1 to Connor Clift. Guy who bats .289 this season for Junction City. He's 11 for his first 38 at-bats. 10 RBI, though, is good for third most as he takes strike 2. Guy who doesn't strike out a ton, only 3 Ks on the year, but in danger of going down against Ty Teeters. The pitch in from Teeters, misses low, actually bounces to the plate. Count is 2-2. Teeters been impressive the first time I've seen him out of the bullpen today. Trying to hang on to this win for Henley. Again, a 6-1 advantage in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2, lifted foul the opposite way. Count remains. Junction City's lone run came back in the 5th inning when an RBI single from Caden Schaefer knocked in Bryson Rodriguez. The pitch to Clift. Upstairs fastball misses, and the count is full. Again, can't tie it on this swing. Can't really even necessarily make it close, but what you can do is get on base if you're the hitter in Connor Clift. Try to set up those guys later in the order. Guys like Schaefer, like Roschert, like Wee in the middle of the order. Try to get him on with guys on base. Teeters trying to deny it. And again, Clift fights it off foul. The count is full, 3-2. Battle brewing at the plate between Ty Teeters and the Tigers' leadoff hitter, Connor Clift. Teeters set once more. And now the pitch, two-seam fastball, bounced up the middle on 2 hops. Shively gloves it. The throw on to first is in time. 6-3 in the book and 2 gone in the 7th. Maddox Waldrop, the only man standing in the way of the Hornets in a Game 1 victory here today at Junction City. Again, the first of a doubleheader this afternoon. Hornets trying to grab a Game 1 victory. Maddox Waldrop is 0 for 2 today. He was hit by a pitch in the first. He has since flown out and reached on a fielder's choice. Teeters drops in a breaking pitch, finds the inside corner thigh high for strike 1. Teeters now works with the 0-1, goes curveball again, hit hard but foul down the left field line. And a loud strike number 2, and the Tigers down to their final strike of our opener today. Waldrop settles in. Teeters comes set, kicks, and delivers. They try to go upstairs with the heater to get Waldrop to chase, but instead he takes ball 1. Might have been trying to change the eye level a bit of the Tigers catcher. We'll see where they go now on the 1-2. They go low and away. 2-2. Inside, outside, inside, outside on the first 4 pitches of this at-bat. Ty Teeters comes back with the 2-2. That one is hit into left field by Cox at third, and this game continues, if not for just one more batter, as Caden Schaefer steps to the plate. That is the 6th hit of the day for Junction City. They're also going to get a runner in for him. Looks like Aiden Schmidt, a senior, is going to be aboard at first. So Schmidt on first, Schaefer at the plate. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning in a 5-run ball game. Schaefer today is 1 for 3. He's got an RBI single. That came back in the 5th inning. Otherwise, he struck out twice today. Teeters. Pitch in is lofted out of play, foul. The count is 0-1. Big gap on the right side of the infield. Sims playing a little bit for a double play out there at second. And, of course, with Meyer holding the runner at first, there is that big gap on the right side of the infield. But here's the 0-1. Takini gives the target, the pitch. It's outside, hit towards the right side, but foul. Count is 0-2. Braden Roschert is on deck, hoping for an opportunity to continue this ball game, but as for the second time today, the Tigers down to their final strike. Pitch in. Line drive, caught by Sims at second, and that will be the ball game. The Hornets with a 6-1 victory over the Junction City Tigers. Stick around, we'll break this one down for you and name an Abby's Legendary Pizza player of the game when we come back on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
What are the best words you can hear tonight?
Order ready for Susan?
And if you hear those words at Abby's, you know it's going to be a legendary meal. Your pizza is loaded with toppings to the edge, premium ingredients, and real cheese. Yeah, baby. Gather with friends, play some video games, and watch the big game on TV. That's made Abby's a legendary pizza tradition for generations. And when you're ready to hear those magic words,
Tom, your order's ready.
you know where to go. You're always welcome at Abby's.
And we welcome you back to Hornets baseball today on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Final score this afternoon in Game 1 from Junction City High School, a 6-1 victory for the Henley Hornets. For Henley today, 6 runs on 12 hits. They did not commit an error, and they left 7 runners on base. For Junction City, 1 run on 6 hits. They commit 4 errors, and they leave 7 runners on base today. The winning pitcher is going to be Henley's Corbin Hamilton, who worked 4 innings. He gave up 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 2, and he struck out 5. The losing pitcher today for Junction City in 4 innings pitched is Caden Schaefer, who allowed 7 hits and 3 earned runs. He did have his stuff, though, 10 strikeouts against the Henley Hornets. Taking a look at some offensive notables here for Henley, Connor Shively finished the day 2 for 5 with a run scored. Carson Sims 3 for 5 with 3 runs scored today. Jacoby Takini 2 for 3, 2 RBI. Ian Meyer, who is going to be our Abby's Legendary Pizza player of the game today, 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. We're going to try to grab an interview with him here in just a moment. Derek Cox finished 1 for 3. Corbin Hamilton was 1 for 3 with an RBI, and Cam Carpenter was 1 for 3 today as well. All right, Ian, I'm going to hand you this microphone here. I'm going to flip this switch for you. Yeah, go ahead and take a seat. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Want to make sure we got everything set to go. So congratulations on the win today. You swung the bat well. You had a couple of RBIs, a couple of singles. What were you seeing up there today?
I mean, I was seeing the ball good. I mean, all my other teammates got on base, which gave me the opportunity to drive them in. So just try not to do too much.
You've kind of moved around on the defensive end a little bit here this season. You've played a little games at third, played today at first base. How do you figure your role being in this year's team?
I see my role just being a guy that can play anywhere, and whenever they need me to do somewhere, I'll get the job done.
All right, man. Well, congratulations on the win. You're our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game. So I got a little $20 gift card for you here.
Thank you.
Spend it all in one place. And get ready for the second game, man.
All right, thank you.
Ian Meyer, our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game today. The Hornets have got about 15 minutes before we'll be back live, maybe closer to 20. If you're watching on mybasin.com, you don't have to go anywhere. We'll be live on this very same link when the time is right. If you're listening on the radio today on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we're going to return you to Fox Sports Radio until we are ready for first pitch in just a little while. Once again, the Hornets taking game one, 6-1 against the Junction City Tigers. My name is Josh Eldridge. Hope to see you back in just a few moments. And welcome back to Henley Baseball today on 104.3 and 960 Sports. A quick turnaround between ball games today as we are ready to go. The leadoff hitter for the Henley Hornets against the left-handed thrower from Junction City, Connor Clift, is Connor Shively. Shively lifts the pitch into left field into foul territory, and it is going to wind up foul. Thought there might have been a play on it, but the count is, I believe, 0-1 to Shively. It'll be the Country Financial starting lineups. Connor Shively leads off at shortstop. Carson Sims is at second. Jacoby Takini bats third and is catching. The rest here in just a moment as Shively takes a strike, 0-2. Ian Meyer, the first baseman, is batting fourth, followed by the third baseman, Derek Cox. Corbin Hamilton is in left. Cam Carpenter is the designated hitter. Porter Frost is in right field, and Ryan Douglas is in center field. Connor Shively settles back in after taking a ball. Here's the pitch, misses in. Count is even now, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Connor Shively. Shively in the opener today was 2 for 5. So he fouls another one off here. Singles in the 5th and 7th inning for Shively in our opener that the Hornets won 6-1. But here, Shively down on strikes to start the ball game. It'll bring up Carson Sims. Jacoby Takini waits on deck. We'll get you the defense here in just a moment for the Junction City Tigers. But first, a look at their starting pitcher, the left-hander Connor Clift, making his 4th start of the spring. He's pitched 15 previous innings and a 2-0 start to the year as he takes a strike elevated in the zone. The count is 0-1 to Sims. Clift has allowed 8 hits in his 26 innings so far, 5 runs, although just 2 of them earned. He has 24 strikeouts. Here Sims lifts a high fly ball into center field, but playable for the center fielder Jaron Weed for the second out. 2 gone quickly here for the Hornets in the first inning. Here's Jacoby Takini. Takini in the opener today doubled in the first inning. Afterwards was left hitless, although a strikeout in the third. He walked twice. And although he didn't come around to score, Max Price, who was his courtesy runner, scored twice in that game as he takes strike 1. Takini starting at the catcher position for the Tigers today. Lifts one high into right field. Coming in is Van Heck. He will make the catch on the run. And the Hornets down in order in the top of the first inning. We'll get our first look at Hayden Poor when we come back as we continue your coverage of Henley Hornets baseball today on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you're aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Getting set now for the bottom of the first inning, a game which is still scoreless here from Junction City High School. The second of a doubleheader today between the Hornets and the Tigers. Hayden Poor getting the nod on the mound for the Hornets. He's going up against a Tigers lineup that goes like this, presented by Country Financial. Leading off is their pitcher, Connor Clift. The second hitter in the order is the center fielder, Jaron Weed. Maddox Waldrop is the catcher. He bats third, followed by Caden Schaefer, the first baseman, batting cleanup. Hitting fifth is Landon Van Heck, the right fielder, followed by Braden Roshert, the shortstop, batting 6th. Hitting 7th is Mason Toffel, the third baseman. Hitting 8th is Kevin Anderson, the designated hitter. And batting 9th is Bryson Rodriguez, the second baseman. Hayden Poor again on the hill, getting his 3rd start in his 7th appearance this season. He's thrown 14 2/3 innings. He's got a 1-0 record and 1 save on the year. Poor has allowed 15 hits and 4 earned runs, 17 strikeouts, and ERA just shy of 2. Here's the first pitch to Connor Clift as Poor gets ready to deliver. And the offering is going to miss inside, 1-0. Just got a final score from Klamath Union's first game today. They defeated Cottage Grove 10-0. And I believe they have got a second one coming up in a similar first pitch time here in the next few minutes. We'll try to keep you updated on other Basin games going on today. The 1-0 pitch from Poor is going to miss inside. The count is 2-0 to Connor Clift. In our opener today, Clift also hit leadoff and was 2 for 3. He doubled in that game as Poor works out of the windup. The 2-0 in. Catches the outside corner. Nice pitch there from Poor, the right-hander for Henley High School. The count is 2-1. Other final scores for Basin teams today. Cross Point Christian defeating Bonanza in their opener 21-5. As that pitch misses up and away, 3-1. Also, Lost River won earlier today, 10-1 against Glendale. And the second half of those doubleheaders getting started as well. Here's a roller out towards second base. Sims, it takes an awkward hop on him, but he readjusts, makes the play onto first in time, and there's one gone in the first inning. And this will bring us to Jaron Weed. Weed, the starting center fielder today. It looks like the second game between Lost River and Glendale has already gotten started. The Raiders leading the Pirates 5-1. Still scoreless in the second leg of a doubleheader between Cross Point Christian and Bonanza today as the first pitch misses outside to Jaron Weed. And again, we should have a second game, I believe, coming up between Klamath Union and Cottage Grove as that pitch misses upstairs. 2-0 to Jaron Weed. A game that fans of good baseball in the 4A class might be interested in. Hidden Valley and North Bend have been playing today. The 2-0 pitch. Another chance for Sims out at second. This time gets by him and into right field. And Weed is aboard with one out in the bottom of the first inning. Here comes Maddox Waldrop. Waldrop batting from the right side here, and the pitch. This one is popped up, looks like out of play. The count is 0-1. Again, Hidden Valley playing North Bend today, trying to find a score update here, but doesn't look like we're going to be able to spot one. Hidden Valley, again, ranked in the top 10 in Oregon. Of course, Henley entering play today was ranked number 5, and Junction City was ranked number 2. So highly anticipated matchups today here in Junction City. Again, the Hornets took the opener today 6-1. But chance for the Tigers to even the score. Again, this series was played in a doubleheader at Henley High School last season. And it was the Tigers who took the nightcap in that one after dropping the opener. As Poor is going to miss outside. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Maddox Waldrop. Jacoby Takini, the catcher today for Henley. We'll introduce you to the defense here after this 1-1 pitch. Here's the offering. That one misses low, 2-1. Starting at third base today for Henley is Derek Cox. Connor Shively patrols shortstop. Carson Sims in at second, and Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield from left to right, Corbin Hamilton, Ryan Douglas, and Porter Frost. Hayden Poor comes set on the mound, takes a look over at Weed at first, and now the delivery. That one again popped up out of play. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out, runner at first, and Maddox Waldrop at the plate. That last loss for Junction City. They're losers of 2 of their last 3, although their only losses to Henley and then to number 1 in the state, Scappoose. A really quality ball club, a team which made the second round of the playoffs last year, lost to Pendleton, I believe it was the quarterfinal round. Henley, of course, semifinal exits last 2 seasons against Marist. And just 2 really good teams in 2 really good leagues in the Hornets and the Tigers. The pitch in is fouled off. They had a runner on the move with Weed and 1 out in the inning and a full count. See if they do it again. But Waldrop fouls off the pitch. Still 3-2. Like I said, the Hornets call the Skyline Conference home. The Tigers call the Sky M League home. And just a lot of really good competition in those conferences. So playing good competition in the preseason gears you up for what's going to be a tough league schedule. And I think we had a balk. I think Poor is going to have balked trying to deliver home. There was a bit of a crossing of the wires, and so Weed will advance to second on the balk, and that eliminates a double play opportunity. And Coach Craig Connor coming up out of the dugout as well. And I think we are going to have a quick conference on the hill here. Maybe Coach Connor having a discussion with the umpire, although Poor motioned like he was going to throw the baseball and then didn't throw it. So as far as I know, it's a balk, and it's a quick conversation with Coach Connor as well. Not much you can do about that one. And a runner at second is Jaron Weed. Maddox Waldrop at the plate, and the count is still full. All right, here we go. Pitch in from Poor as he comes set. Brings his hands together high above his head, then settles in. Delivers a high fastball that's popped up out of play and back towards Junction City High School. The count remains full, 3-2. About 3 big steps off the second base bag for Weed. He takes another half step as Poor comes set. And the pitch in. Poor delivers. That one is hit hard to left. It's going to get down, and it will likely score a run. They're waving in Weed, and he will score standing. And the Tigers on the board first in our nightcap. They lead 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. An RBI single there for Maddox Waldrop. Scores Jaron Weed, and it brings up Caden Schaefer. Maddox on the season now. That's RBI number 7 for him. It's his 15th base hit. And here's Caden Schaefer. Got the start on the mound in the opener today. Wound up as the losing pitcher. And let's see. Waiting for the pitch call. But again, Schaefer, despite picking up the loss, pitched 4 innings. He struck out in 10 batters. He pitched well against Henley, but just got into some spots where the Hornets could do some damage. Here's a ground ball out to short. On to Sims for 1, on to Meyer for 2. A 6-4-3 double play gets the Hornets out of the first inning. Although the Tigers score a run on 2 base hits, they lead as we go to the top of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
1-0 ball game. The Junction City Tigers lead the Henley Hornets as we get set for the top of the second. Ian Meyer, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton leading things off here for the Hornets against Connor Clift. Got through the first in order and looking for more after his team got him the lead at the bottom half of the first inning on the RBI single from Maddox Waldrop. Rest of the defense for Junction City: Mason Toffel at third, Braden Roschert at short, Bryson Rodriguez at second, and Caden Schaefer at first. Schmidt in left, Weed in center, and Van Heck in right. First pitch from Clift missed. Count is 1-0 to Ian Meyer. He was in the opener Our Abby's Legendary Pizza player of the game, Meyer, in the opener today, went 2 for 4, had 2 RBI, but he reached base all 4 times, was able to see the ball well and put it in play. And, well, when you put the ball in play, as I always say, good things tend to happen. And Meyer took advantage of 2 Tiger errors to get on base in all 4 trips in the opener. Here he is in a 2-2 count after fouling off the 2-1 pitch. On deck is Derek Cox. Pitch to Meyer, curveball, chased it on the inside, throw down to first. It's not going to be a dropped third strike anyway. That is the first out in the second inning. Thought it might have been, but Meyer just heads on back to the dugout, brings up Derek Cox. Cox getting the start at third base for the second time in as many games today, as he's a bit late on the first pitch fastball. The count is 0-1. Derek was 1 for 3 in the opener today. He singled once, and he also had an RBI when he reached on a fielder's choice in the 5th inning of the opener today. He waves and misses at an outside pitch. The count is now 0-2 to Derek Cox, with Corbin Hamilton waiting on deck. Temperature here, 61 degrees. We've actually warmed up a little bit since we started affairs today about 2.5 hours ago. So that pitch to Derek Cox misses down and in, 1-2. Again, thought we were going to pretty much stick around the same temperature today. We might dip back below 60, but only to about 59 or 58 degrees by the time today is done. Partly cloudy day. It's a great afternoon for baseball. Pitch to Cox, fouled back, and the count remains 1-2 strikes. A little bit of a reprieve from the wind we've had the last couple of days in the basin as well. It's pretty calm out here in Eugene, or the Eugene area here today on a Friday. Derek Cox thought about chasing the inside breaking ball, but wisely lays off. 2-2. That one would have tied him in a knot had he swung at it, but a good job there by the sophomore to lay off. And after going down and in, they go up and away on the 2-2 pitch, but it misses. And the count is full to Derek Cox. Settles back in. Here's the pitch from Cliff. That one misses low below the knees, and a good at-bat there from Derek to work his way on base for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton, the starting left fielder in this one, he was the winning pitcher in the opener. Earlier against Junction City in the 6-1 win for Henley. Corbin Hamilton on the mound. He threw 84 pitches. And in those 84 pitches, he made it 4 innings, gave up 4 hits and only 1 run. He struck out 5 batters. It was Ty Teeters who came in and closed the door for Henley and earned them that 5-run victory. All right, looks like we're about ready to go for the at-bat to Corbin Hamilton. First pitch to Corbin is hit in the air, right field. Coming in is Van Heck, but that drops in front of him. And a base hit for Corbin Hamilton. And for him, that is his second hit of the day, if you take into account the opener as well, where he went 1 for 4. Hamilton starts this one 1 for 1, and it brings up Cam Carpenter with 2 men on and 1 man out. Hamilton, Carpenter, the designated hitter. He was 1 for 3 in the opener today. He singled, struck out twice, and walked once. Pitch to Carpenter. He's going to miss down and a touch inside. The count is 1-0. Carpenter wearing the number 13, much like his older brother Mark Carpenter did, who was a 4A Player of the Year, an All-State athlete for the Hornets. He's continued playing his baseball career at the collegiate level, but Cam sporting the older brother's jersey. Love to see it. Pitch in. Finds the zone. Much to the groans of the Henley fans here, it's hard to blame him. That pitch looked up and maybe off the plate, but it evens the count at 1 to the designated hitter, Carpenter. Porter Frost is on deck. Again, the back end of a doubleheader, our umpires switch, so it's up to the hitters to adjust to the new strike zone. It's going to be different. Everyone's is. Time called at the plate by Carpenter. So far, the strike zone has moved up a little bit and widened a little bit. And if it stays consistent, no problems. It's just up to the hitters to adjust. The 1-1, a curveball, a nice curveball there from Cliff. Got a swing and a miss from Cam Carpenter. And the count is 1-2 strikes. Carpenter designated hitting today. He is hitting in the place of the pitcher, Hayden Poor. Carpenter sticks around in this at-bat, fouls off the 1-2 pitch, and we'll do it again for Carpenter in a 1-2 count. Carpenter on the season, a .273 hitter for the Hornets. Clift, the lefty, comes set and delivers home. A curveball that just misses outside. Good take there by Carpenter to even the count at 2-2. The lefty tried to start outside and creep it back over the plate. We saw the Tigers go to that pitch a number of times in the first game, but this time Carpenter lays off. Here on the 2-2, he checks his swing, but they rung him up looking anyway. A knee-high fastball called strike 3. That sends Carpenter packing for the second out. Here comes Porter Frost. Frost getting the nod in right field for the second time in as many games today. In the first one, he was 0 for 3, 3 punch-outs for Porter at the plate. Trying to come up in a spot here with a runner in scoring position. His team down a run here in the top of the second inning. The pitch to Frost. He waves and misses at the outside fastball. Count is 0-1. After Frost in the order, Ryan Douglas waits on deck for Henley. Frost, again, big hole in the right side of the infield here. The second baseman, Rodriguez, holding the runner. First baseman Schaefer playing behind the runner at first. That pitch misses down and in, 1-1 to Porter Frost. Porter entering his junior season this year. Pitch in is a knee-high fastball called a strike. The count is 1-2. Frost settling back in. Waits the 2-strike offering from Clift. And the pitch in. Curveball hit towards Schaefer at first, but it bounces foul. Count remains 1-2. Hornets looking to crack double-digit wins if they're able to make a comeback and make this one into their favor. Junction City entering play 10-2 on the season. The pitch from Frost off the plate, but called strike 3, and that will send Frost back to the dugout. Striking out the side is Connor Clift, and that will end the inning. The Hornets leave 2 men stranded after a base hit, but they still trail 1-0. We go to the bottom half of the second next on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting set now for the bottom of the second inning. A game in which the Junction City Tigers lead the Henley Hornets 1-0. Due up this half for the Tigers, 5, 6, and 7 in their order. Landon Van Heck, Braden Roschert, and Mason Toffel. Tigers scored a run off the RBI single from Maddox Waldrop in the first. Going to try to add to it here. It's up to Hayden Poor to try to just keep this thing where it is. Here's a ground ball out towards Sims at second. It skips by him and into right field. And an error to start things out brings up Braden Roschert with a runner aboard at first. Going to have Coach Stavros issue some signs to his runner over there at first in Van Heck. Here's Roschert at the plate. We'll see if anything's on the move here on the base paths as Poor comes set with the pitch. The delivery in, his first pitch swing, and a deep fly ball to left field. Hamilton gets on his horse, but that one is going to roll to the wall. Van Heck, a big turn around third, and winding up at third is going to be Braden Roshert. An RBI triple moves the lead 2-0 for the Tigers. Mason Toffel stepping in now, looking to drive in Roshert after that RBI triple for Roshert. That is his second triple of the season and his 13th RBI. Hayden Poor getting ready to deliver to Mason Toffel. The pitch is called a strike, knee high, and in the zone, 0-1. Mason Toffel this season, .296 hitter. He's got 7 RBI on the season and one more waiting for him 90 feet away. It's a 2-0 ball game. The Tigers lead. The pitch from Poor is a ground ball towards short. Shively up with it. He's going to take the easy route on the throw to first. They'll get him there, but the run does score. An RBI for Mason Toffel makes it 3-0 Tigers in the bottom of the second inning. One away, bases empty. If there's any silver lining to that, it's that the bases are empty and Hayden Poor can go right after Kevin Anderson. Takini sets up outside. Poor finds his target and gets strike one. First time I've seen Anderson today. He is playing his 10th game for Junction City this season. He bats .250 and he sends a line drive into center field for a base hit. That's how they teach it to you. Send it right back where it came from, and Anderson on board. A one-out single brings up Bryson Rodriguez, the number 9 hitter in the order for the Junction City Tigers. In the opener, Rodriguez was 1 for 3. He struck out a pair of times but singled and scored in the 5th inning. He shows bunt here. Whether he pulled back in time or not, that outside pitch has been called a strike, and he falls behind 0-1. To right-handed hitters, the plate is just a little bit wider in this game. Rodriguez is going to have to adjust. Takini looking to take advantage of that fact as he gives the target to Poor, showing bunt again, this time pulling back. The throw down to first. Meyer snags it. That could have been trouble if not for good handles by Ian Meyer at first. The count is even at a ball and a strike to Bryson Rodriguez. Top of the order due up next for the Tigers. Poor comes set. And again, Rodriguez showing bunt. That pitch misses upstairs, 2-1. Appreciate you finding our broadcast today, however you might have found it, whether you're tuned in on the radio on 104.3 960 or watching for free on mybasin.com. We'll be with you for every Henley baseball game this season. Bunt has popped up 2-2 after today. Our next broadcast is at Phoenix. The Skyline Conference League opener, a 5 o'clock first pitch on Tuesday, and then the Hornets host the Pirates a week from today for a 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock start. The 2-2 to Bryson Rodriguez, waved at and missed, and Poor got an important strikeout there. The second out in the second inning, and we're back to the top of the order in Connor Clift. And the difference between facing Clift with one on and 2 out, or 2 on and 1 out, is huge. And right now, Poor getting the beneficiary of that one. Clift is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out in the first inning. Pitch to the left-hander, a curveball misses low. Count is 1-0. Clift, a .317 hitter this season. Again, in the opener was 2 for 4. Has a wide batting stance from the left side, and he kind of brings it together when he kicks his leg up. Here he watches ball 2 miss outside, 2-0. After Clift in the order, it's Jaron Weed. Set on the hill is Poor. The right-hander delivers. That pitch finds the inside corner. Count is 2-1 to Clift. He's hoping for that call on the other side, although he's getting it. It doesn't seem like it's just the outside to right-handed hitters. It seems like it's the entire right side of the plate. The 2-1. That one misses down and in, 3-1. Don't want to come in and give Clift a good pitch to hit. He can make you pay for it. A guy who certainly give the ball a ride. Leads the team in home runs with 3 this season. As we move over to first, back safely is Kevin Anderson. But it doesn't get much better with Jaron Weed on deck, the team leader in hitting. The pitch, called a strike. Two-seam fastball there from Poor, catches the zone. 3-2, 2 outs, runner aboard at first. You'll see fastball, curveball, slider, changeup from Hayden Poor. 3-2. Poor looking to find it with 2 outs. Here it is, two-seamer misses outside, and that will move Anderson to second. Clift aboard at first. Here's Jaron Weed. We've got a runner coming in for Clift, the pitcher, courtesy runner. And let's see. Looks like it's going to be Jackson Hayes. Leave. Hayes aboard at first. At second, it's Kevin Anderson and Weed at the plate. He's 1 for 1 in this game. He singled and scored in the first inning. Poor looking in. Gets the signal from Tacchini. A modest lead out at second by Anderson, and the pitch home is lifted into the air. Left field, back is Hamilton, backpedaling near the wall, but he tucks that one away for the 3rd out. The Tigers do score 1 on a couple of base hits, an RBI triple from Braden Roschert, and a 3-0 ball game as we head to the top of the 3rd inning next on mybasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
Set for the top of the 3rd inning. Due up this half for Henley, Ryan Douglas, Connor Shively, and Carson Sims. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order to try to get something going against Connor Clift. The Hornets find themselves down 3-0 as we get started in the 3rd. And Clift, the left-handy, delivers to Douglas. That pitch misses low. 1-0. Checking on some other scores for Klamath Basin ball clubs. Klamath Union just got the second leg of their doubleheader started against Cottage Grove. That game still scoreless as Douglas sends a deep fly ball foul down the left side. Cross Point Christian has jumped all over Bonanza for the second time today. Partway through that one, they lead the Antlers 10-0. And we've also got Lost River leading Glendale so far in the contest there. The Raiders looking to make it back-to-back wins. They lead 8-1 against the Glendale Pirates in the 2A, 1A class. That pitch misses low to Douglas. Count 2 balls and a strike to the Henley center fielder. Douglas pops out to shortstop. F6, and that's the first out in the 3rd inning. Back up to the top of the order now for Connor Shively. 0 for 1 in this contest with a strikeout. The lefty gets his second look at Clift today and takes strike 1. Hornets have 1 hit their first trip through the lineup. Shively trying to change things as the slider was low and in the zone, count 0-2. Shively looking to go fishing for that one. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one is rolled out towards short. On a hop, Roschert up with it. Fires on to first in time for the out. 2 quickly gone here in the third, and here's Carson Sims. Sims 0 for 1 in this contest. He flew out to center field in the first inning. Leading the team in hitting, though, coming into this game as he takes strike 1. Well, I'm going to stop making comments on the strike zone. I don't quite know where it is. Sims grounds one out towards short. A second chance for Roschert. Up with it. Strong throw to first in time. The Hornets down in order in the third. We'll go to the bottom half next in a 3-0 ball game. Junction City leads on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you're aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Bottom of the third inning, and the Junction City Tigers lead the Henley Hornets 3-0 in the second of 2 today. Maddox Waldrop, Caden Schaefer, and Landon Van Heck do up this half. That is 3, 4, and 5 in the Tigers' order. Against Hayden Poor, gave up 1 run in the first and 2 more in the second, but the Hornets trying to get as much as they can out of him. And to be fair to him, he hasn't thrown the ball bad. It's not like Junction City has really gotten a ton off on him. There was an error in the second inning that came around to score. And the singles, save for the triple from Braden Roschert, haven't been hit particularly hard, but enough to get runs on, get him over, and get him in. As the first pitch misses 1-0 to Maddox Waldrop. He had an RBI single in the first inning. The pitch misses up and maybe a touch in as well. 2-0. The count to Waldrop. That's 400 this season for the Tigers. The pitch. Ground ball, a chance for Shively. Up with it cleanly. The throw on to Meyer at first is in time. 1 gone in the third. Moving on to Caden Schaefer, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the first inning of this contest. In the opener, Schaefer was 1 for 4, a couple of strikeouts, but again, he left his mark on the mound in the opener despite being the losing pitcher. Struck out 10 batters, looking to atone for that here in this game by leaving his mark at the mound, at the plate, and he just might. A deep fly ball to right field, but it'll die out there. Porter Frost puts it away for the second out. 2 gone quickly in the third. Here's Landon Van Heck. Van Heck in this contest reached on an error to start the second inning. He would later come in and score, but 0 for 1 in this one. The pitch to Van Heck flares it the opposite way, but it'll be foul. The count is now 0-1. We saw Van Heck on the hill for a short spell in the opener today. We'll give you the line score for him if we can get there after this 0-1 pitch for Hayden Poor. Well, we might not. A grounder, another chance for Shively at short, but an unconventional one. It took an ugly hop off the mound, and then Shively bounced off his glove. That'll likely be scored an infield single for Landon Van Heck, and a chance for Roschert now with 2 outs and 1 on. Just to finish the thought, Van Heck, for what it's worth, 1 1/3 innings pitched in the opener today. 3 hits, 3 earned runs. Here's Braden Rochert. The pitch is going to squirt away from Takini. Kept it in front of him, but it rolls down the first base line. And advancing to second after the wild pitch is Landon Van Heck. Runner in scoring position now for Rochert. That's how quickly things can change. You get 2 quick outs, but then 2 pitches later, a man in scoring position with one of the best freshmen on this Junction City team at the plate. Here's the pitch, called a strike. Count is 1-1 to Braden Rochert. Like I said in the opener today, he is a freshman, but you wouldn't know so by looking at his numbers. An on-base percentage of .420, a batting average at .349, 15 hits, 12 RBI, 12 runs scored. The 1-1 to Rochert, lifted foul the opposite way, 1-2. After Rochert, if the inning continues, it's Mason Toffel on deck. Poor trying to set down Rochert here in a 1-2 count. Kicks and delivers. Fly ball center field. Douglas. He's going to settle underneath it and make the catch to end the inning. 1 base hit, but they leave him stranded in the third, but the Tigers carry a 3-run lead to the fourth. Back with more next on MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
Jacoby Takini, Ian Meyer, Derek Cox due to lead things off for the Hornets in the top of the 4th inning of a 3-0 ball game. I'll give you a check of the line score here in just a moment as Takini takes a pitch low. It is 1-0 for the Hornets so far in this one. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error. They've left 2 runners on. For Junction City, 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. They have left 3 runners on base. Takini lifts one into the air, right field foul territory. No, that one actually blew fair. Takini rounding first, headed for second. The throw's going to take the shortstop off the bag, and Jacoby Takini legs out an unlikely double. I thought that one was certainly going to be foul, but Jacoby sticks with it, never let off the gas, and winds up with a leadoff double. Takini's going to be ran for by, I believe, Max Price out there at second base now, as has been customary today. Jacoby Takini extends his lead for doubles on the rest of the team. That's double number 6 for him this year. Ian Meyer in a big spot. Runner in scoring position, nobody out. First pitch to Meyer, knee-high fastball over the heart of the plate, 0-1. After Ian in the order, it's Derek Cox. Meyer this season, .364 hitter. 4 extra base hits, 9 RBI for him on the year. Curveball, hit back up the middle, a chance for Rochert, but he misplays it, and Meyer aboard. Runners at the corners, nobody out. I think the pitcher might have got his glove on it. Just kind of leaping for it, which makes me lean towards an infield single for Ian Meyer. And Takini and Price advancing to third on that infield single. And here's Derek Cox with runners at the corners. Nobody out, and his team trails by 3. Cox hits one, center field. Center fielder Weed back a few steps, makes the catch. Tagging from third is Max Price, and he will score. A sacrifice fly and an RBI for Derek Cox trims the lead. The Tigers now up 3-1. Corbin Hamilton due up now for the Hornets. Runner still aboard at first is Ian Meyer. Hamilton singled in his first at-bat this game back in the second inning. Hamilton relaxed in the right-handed batter's box. Here's the pitch. A curveball finds the zone. Count is 0-1. Corbin Hamilton won a rare accolade for an Oregonian last summer when the Klamath Falls Falcons made the trip up to Alaska at the 529 Midseason Classic. Hamilton, well, hold that thought. He puts a jolt into one to left field over the head of the left fielder Schmidt, and it rolls to the wall. They're waving in Meyer to score. The throw in will be late. No throw, as a matter of fact, and Meyer scores all the way from first on the RBI double from Corbin Hamilton. 3-2 the score, and the Hornets have a runner in scoring position for Cam Carpenter. Want to finish that thought there for Corbin Hamilton after that RBI double. At the Alaska 529 Midseason Classic a summer ago, the Klamath Falls Falcons finished runner-up, but Corbin Hamilton won tournament MVP, only the second player from Oregon to ever win that award. Here's the pitch to Cam Carpenter. Flares it the opposite way, but foul. The count is 0-1. Hamilton joined another former Klamath Falls Falcons player, a man who still lives in Klamath Falls. Brian Kinsman is the only two guys from Oregon to ever win the MVP of the Alaska 529 Midseason Classic from the state of Oregon. Carpenter takes a curveball, misses outside, 0-2. And a swing and a miss on the 0-2 pitch. Carpenter down on strikes, 2 away in the top of the fourth inning, brings up Porter Frost. Frost 0 for 1 in this game. He struck out in the second inning. Ryan Douglas on deck hoping for a chance this inning. Tying run in scoring position for Frost, and he swings underneath the high heat, 0-1. Decent lead off a second for Hamilton. The second baseman Rodriguez over there to hold him. And the pitch in is a knee-high fastball. Missed. 1-1. Set on the mound, the lefty Clift. And the pitch. Hard hit towards the left side, but winds up foul. A ball and 2 strikes to Porter Frost. Porter settles back in. Keeps the bat high above his head in the batting stance. Now the 1-2. Curveball looked at for a ball, missed outside. Good take there by Frost. Catcher asking for clarification, says it missed outside. I don't think it was upstairs. I think it was off the plate. And the 2-2 as Clift comes set. This time an inside curveball rather. It bounced and then hit the foot of Porter Frost. He'll be aboard after being plunked there. It brings up Ryan Douglas. All right, Douglas settling in now. He popped out to the shortstop in the second inning. 2 men on, 2 men out in a 1-run ball game in the top of the fourth inning. The pitch to Ryan Douglas misses inside. 1-0. Good chance here for Douglas, trying to come up big. So far today, he's 0 for 5 across both games, but a golden opportunity here to tie the game. With a tying run in scoring position, the pitch to Douglas. Ground ball towards the left side. Roshert up with it. Toss on to second base in time as they get Porter Frost to end the inning. But the Hornets do score 2 runs. A couple of extra base hits help them get there. It's now a 3-2 ball game as we go to the bottom of the fourth on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Welcome you back to the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. It is a 1-1 count as we welcome you back to the fourth inning already in progress. Mason Toffel against Hayden Poor. And the pitch in from Poor is waved at and missed. The count is 1-2 to Toffel, who's 0 for 1 today with an RBI. He grounded out an inner run in the second inning to help Junction City at the time extend a 3-run lead. Here's a ground ball, a chance for Shively at short. A good pick out of the dirt by Meyer at first, and there's one gone in the inning. Here's Kevin Anderson. Anderson singled back in the second inning, and we welcome you back listening on 104.3, 960 Sports. Into the fourth inning already in progress. One out in this inning, a 3-2 ball game. The Junction City Tigers lead the Henley Hornets. Here's the pitch from Poor to Anderson, right down the heart of the plate. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. The designated hitter, Anderson, awaits the pitch. Anderson, a junior. And they're going to say he went around on that pitch. 1-2. The count to Anderson. After Anderson in the order, it's Bryson Rodriguez. And the pitch in from Poor. That one's going to miss outside. Bounces to the plate. 2-2. Talked a little bit about what's up next for Henley. Up next for Junction City, a date with the Marist Catholic Spartans. That's Tuesday next week. That's when they start their league play in the Sky M League. The 2-2 from Poor is fouled off. Count remains 2-2. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but these two leagues, the Skyline Conference and the Sky M League, two of the very best conferences in all of Oregon as far as baseball goes. The 2-2 is popped up, shallow left field. Hamilton running in. He will make the catch for the second out. The point I was getting at, though, with these two leagues, out of the top 10 teams in Oregon, 6 of them are either from the Skyline or the Sky M League, with Hidden Valley, Phoenix, and Henley representing the Skyline Conference. And out of the Sky M League, Junction City, Marist Catholic, and Marshfield is number 10. So, I mean, some really good competition across these two leagues. Pitch to Bryson Rodriguez is lofted foul. The count is 0-1 to the number 9 hitter in the Tigers' order. Rodriguez 0 for 1 in this game. He struck out in the second. Pitch from Poor. That one finds the zone. Count is 0-2. Rodriguez less than pleased with that outside strike call, but that's where Takini set the target. As he has to settle back in an 0-2 count. The pitch in from Poor, waved at and missed. And, well, when the outside pitch is called a strike, you'll see guys chase just like that, and that will retire the side as we go to the top of the fifth. Next, the Hornets trail the Tigers 3-2. Back with more on 104.3, 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness, and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides, or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Top of the Henley order due up in the top of the 5th inning as we welcome you back to Junction City High School, the site of today's doubleheader for the Henley Hornets. Connor Shively awaits the first pitch. He waves and misses at the offering. It is 0-1. Today, Shively in this one is 0 for 2. He struck out in the first. He grounded out in the third. Watches that breaking ball miss away. The count is 1-1 to the left-handed hitting shortstop for the Hornets. Pitch to Shively. Swung on and missed. The outside stuff again. 1-2. Shively, Sims, and Takini do up this half inning. Pitch to Shively, misses over the plate for ball 2. The 2-2. That one bounces to the plate, no question about it. A full count to Shively. Was maybe bailed out a moment ago, now has a chance to get on base. Here's the 3-2. Shively bounces that one back up the middle. A tough play for Rodriguez at second. Throws against his body, but Shively beats out the infield single. Tying run on base, top of the 6th inning, and here comes Carson Sims. You got to feel like Connor Clift thought he got Shively out a few pitches ago, but instead is dealing with a runner on and nobody out, and Carson Sims, one of, if not the best hitter on this Henley team to start the season. Move over to first, and back safely is Shively. Gotta be wary of the balk there for Clift. Thought he might have motioned home, but it's tough for me to see, to be fair. Sims looking to lay down a bunt. That one misses off the plate outside, 1-0. Jacoby Takini waiting on deck. You'd love to have him up with a runner in scoring position and maybe multiple guys on base if Sims can find a way aboard. Shows bunt, but pulls back in time as that one misses above his shoelaces for ball 2. Sims 0 for 2 in this contest. Flew out in the first inning, grounded out in the third. Clift showing bunt. Lays one down the third base side, but it winds up foul. The count is 2-1 to Sims. That one popped up, could have been dangerous. Got to get that bunt down if you want to lay it down. Sims, again, like I said, 447, leads the team in hits, 17. Towards the top in doubles with 4. Has got the most triples, 2 of those. And leads the team so far in RBI with 11. Another move over to first. Back safely is Shively. Sims also leading the team in runs. And second in on-base percentage at .512. Here he lays down a bunt. Playable for the pitcher. Throw on to first is not in time. Sims beats out the bunt. Advancing to second is Shively, and Takini due up now. Just how you draw it up for the Hornets. Jacoby Takini 1 for 2 today. He flew out in the first, but he doubled, and then Max Price would score in his stead in the 4th inning. Tying run in scoring position, go-ahead run on base for Takini. The pitch from Clift, it's taken for ball 1 in the turf, and Takini gets ahead. Jacoby, a .333 hitter this season. 9 RBI, is tied for second most on the team. And he does lead the squad in doubles with 6 on the year. We've got a dog on the field. Timeout. All right, Junction City's team mascot aboard here. It's a very nice-looking dog. He's very happy to get all this attention. All right, and a quick trip across the field, and looks like we're ready for baseball. 1-0. Dude, I haven't seen that one yet. Usually it's a cat or something, but this time it was a dog. 1-0. Here's the pitch to Takini. He tries to lay down a bunt, but that one's popped foul. The count is even at 1. Ian Meyer waits on deck in a big spot here for the Hornets. Again, they won our opener today 6-1. They started this game down 3-0, but flirting with tying this game here. Takini pulls back on that pitch. The count is 2-1. They tried to drop in a breaking ball, but Clift misses upstairs, maybe a touch in on that pitch as well. And count is 2-1. The lefty Clift looks in, gets his signal from Waldrop, and the pitch hit foul. Count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Inning started with a single from Shively. Carson Sims followed it up with a bunt single here in the top of the 5th, and that's how we get to Jacoby up here with a 2-2 count. 2 on and nobody out. The pitch to Jacoby, hit in the air right side, foul again. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Long battle brewing here at the plate for Takini. Sticking around in this at-bat. 1-2 again. This one's hit in the air, center field. Coming in is the center fielder, Weed. It drops in front of him. They are waving in Shively. He is going to score without a throw. And the game is tied at 3 after an RBI single from Jacoby Takini. The Tigers seemingly not worried about sending Shively on that weak base hit. They threw it into second to try to get Sims, but he was in there safely. It allowed Shively to score on the RBI single. Still nobody out in the inning for Ian Meyer. He's come through in these spots this season. A guy I like in these spots. 364 hitter on the year. 9 RBI for him. By the way, for Takini, that RBI number 10 for him as Meyer takes strike 1. And running in place of Takini again is Max Price. Hornets trying to continue to play small ball here against the Tigers. They figure if you can't square Clift up, you might as well make the defense work for it. Shively reached on an infield single, Sims on a bunt hit, and Takini made contact just enough to push it into center field. And a pickoff move to second, winds up in center field. Sims is going to advance to third, Price to second. And the base runners now in the head of Connor Clift. Like I said, if you can't square him up, beat him on the base paths, try to beat him with small ball, and the Hornets in a good position here. Meyer now with 2 men in scoring position. Again, in the opener today, had 2 RBIs on a 2-for-4 day. Already today, he's 1 for 2 in this one. Infield comes in for Junction City. They want to cut down the go-ahead run. Sims at third. The pitch in. Meyer lets that one hit him, and the bases are loaded for Derek Cox. And much like the 5th inning in the opener, the Tigers wobbly here in the second one. It was a 3-run 5th inning in the opener that pushed Henley into unreachable territory in the first one. And here in the 5th, the Hornets have already scored a run. And now Derek Cox lifts one into foul territory. Schaefer underneath it. He makes the catch. And now Corbin Hamilton bats with the bases loaded. That's the first out in the inning. Hamilton 2 for 2 in this one. He singled in the second and then doubled in a run in the fourth. And we've got timeout. We'll see if the Tigers wind up making a pitching change here with Connor Clift on the hill. Again, he's gotten himself into some trouble here in the 5th. Coach Stavros up out of the dugout. Want to remind you today's broadcast on mybasin.com brought to you in part by Sage Community Credit Union. They know that picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Sage Credit Union can help you reach your goals. Clift staying on the mound. To his credit, he's thrown well. It's been the other aspects. Really, it's been Henley able to find something that works for him, and that's so far effectively keeping the ball in the infield. Jacoby Takini with the only base hit into the outfield this inning, but the Hornets have scored 1 run, and they've got the bases loaded. As Corbin Hamilton waves and misses at strike 1. Again, Hamilton doubled his last time up. It scored a run. The pitch to Corbin Hamilton, lifts one into the air, right field, Van Heck. It's pretty much right to him. The catch is made. Tagging from third to take the lead is Sims. He dives in safely, and the Hornets lead 4-3. You're also going to see Max Price tag from second, wind up at third. Meyer stays at first. A sacrifice fly and an RBI gives the Hornets a 1-run lead. And that will be it for Connor Clift as the Hornets are able to get him out in the 5th inning. There's going to be a pitching change here for the Tigers. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to him here on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Geno's on East Main, simply good food.
New pitcher on the mound for Junction City looks to be Braden Roschert. Take a look at him, and we'll try to get the changes for you here in a moment for Junction City. Looks like Clift is staying in the game. We'll get the changes for you here in just a moment. But first, a statistical outlook on Braden Roschert as we welcome you back to a 4-3 ball game in the top of the 5th inning that the Hornets now lead. Roschert this season making his 5th appearance. They've all been in relief this year. 10 2/3 innings pitched. He's got a 2-0 record. 7 hits on the season, 4 runs, although just 3 of them earned. He's walked 2 against 14 strikeouts. Good for an ERA just shy of 2. Let's see. Well, they had Clift playing first base last game. I think that's where he's going to go. I would imagine they put Clift at first. Looks like Schaefer to short, but hard to say yet while these warm-up tosses are being thrown for the Hornets. This inning has been a big one for them. A pair of runs, an RBI hit for Jacoby Takini, a sacrifice fly, and an RBI for Corbin Hamilton. Ian Myers aboard at first. Max Price is aboard at third. So they've got... So just like I thought, they move Clift to first. They move Schaefer to short. And Roschert was the shortstop. So there you go. All right. Cam Carpenter due up now. He's 0 for 2 so far in this one. A couple of strikeouts on the ledger for him in this game. Roschert set. And the pitch is going to miss low. 1-0. Meyer on the move to second. Instead, they throw down to third to see if they can backpick Max Price, but nothing doing. Meyer in safely into scoring position. Cam Carpenter, chance to build upon this lead with a base hit here. Roschert, the right-hander. The pitch is going to find the zone. 1-1. After Carpenter in the order is Porter Frost. Roschert with the delivery. That one misses upstairs. 2-1. Rochert looking in. Throws the pitch. It is going to miss outside. A 3-1 count to Cam Carpenter. See what they decide to do here with first base open and Porter Frost on deck. Pitch to Carpenter. That one's hit hard to left field. It'll score a run, and they are giving Meyer the green light. Up with it is the left fielder, Schmidt. The throw is cut off. Meyer scores, and advancing to second is Cam Carpenter. A 2-run single for Cam Carpenter. He advances on the throw, and the Hornets lead 6-3. Carpenter knocking in RBI 4 and 5 on that base hit, and up comes Porter Frost in a now 6-3 ball game. The pitch in, taken for a strike, 0-1. Frost today has struck out and been hit by a pitch. Trying to get on base here for Ryan Douglas, keep the rally going for the Hornets. Rochert, the pitch. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Hornets have plated 4 this inning and another in scoring position in Cam Carpenter. The 0-2 to Frost. Rochert delivers. That's going to be taken for strike 3, and that will end the inning. But the Hornets score 4 on 4 base hits, and they lead 6-3 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Connor Clift leading things off for the Junction City Tigers as they now trail 6-3 as we enter the bottom of the 5th inning. Hayden Poor in the 5th inning of his start misses outside on the first offering. Count 1-0. Clift so far at the plate in this one has grounded out and walked in the game as that pitch misses outside. 2-0. Clift was the starting pitcher for Junction City. Here's the 2-0 pitch to him. He has since moved over to first base. Poor leaves a hanging curveball for Clift. He sends it on a ride, but it winds up into the glove of Ryan Douglas in center for the first out. Now it's Jaron Weed who steps in now for the Junction City Tigers. 1 for 2 in this contest. He singled and scored in the first inning. Otherwise, he flew out in the second. Here's the pitch from Hayden Poor, a curveball. He loops in there for a strike, 0-1. Similar pitch to the one he just used to get Clift to fly out. And the 0-1. There's a curveball again, that time nowhere close. 1-1 to Jaron Weed, who leads the team in hitting, batting .500 entering this at-bat. 14 for his first 28. The 1-1. That one misses off the plate outside, 2-1. They tried to have the two-seamer leak away from the lefty, but he wasn't biting at that one. And now Poor has to come back inside, behind in the count. He elevates a pitch. It's fisted the opposite way, but Weed gets just enough of it for it to land down safely in left field for a one-out single. So runner on with 1 out. Maddox Waldrop stepping in now for the Tigers. He is 1 for 2 today as well. Single and an RBI back in the first inning. Otherwise, he grounded out in the third. Middle infield ready to turn two for Henley. And the pitch on its way from Hayden Poor. A pitch low, gets away from Tacchini. The throw down is going to take Sims off the bag, and the throw winds up in center field. Weed gets up and runs for it. The throw to third is not in time. Advancing to third is Weed. That pitch was in the dirt. Tacchini put too much on it, wound up in center, and Weed advances all the way to third on the wild pitch. Not what you wanted there for the Hornets, but ultimately that run at third doesn't hurt him too bad if you're able to get the batter here in a 1-0 count. The pitch in. That one's a ground ball to third. It gets by Cox and into left. And Waldrop will be aboard at first, and Weed will score. The ball game now 6-4 in the bottom of the fifth inning. It's been a couple awkward hops in the infield today. Hard to play for some of the Hornets infielders, and it's been Junction City a few times today too, but trying to play that consistent hop, it just hasn't been there today in the infield. Pitch to Schaefer, going to miss outside, 1-0 as he settles in now for his third at-bat of this game. He is 0 for 2, grounded into a double play in the first. He flew out in the third. We're going to have a meeting on the mound as Coach Craig Connor comes out in the middle of an at-bat. Typically that signals change. We'll see. And there he is, taking the ball from Hayden Poor. We'll step aside as well in the bottom of the fifth inning with one out and a runner on in a 6-4 ball game that the Hornets lead. Back with more next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Hunter Glidden, the new pitcher in for the Henley Hornets. He comes in relief of Hayden Poor here in the bottom of the fifth inning in a 6-4 ball game that the Hornets lead over the Junction City Tigers. For Glidden this season, it's his sixth appearance. They've all been in relief. He's pitched 8 2/3 previous innings. He's got an 0-1 record. He's given up 8 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. He's walked 4 and struck out 9. An ERA hovering right around 2.5 entering play today. Key for Glidden, throwing strikes. And if you can do that, you tend to be in okay shape with him on the mound. There are times, though, when he has trouble finding the strike zone. So we'll see which version of Hunter Glidden we get today as the Hornets lead by 2 and the tying run at the plate in the person of the Eugene Register Guard Player of the Year, Caden Schaefer. All right. Schaefer settling in now today. He is 0 for 2. He has grounded into a double play and flown out so far in the ball game. Hunter Glidden looking to find the zone. He gets Schaefer to swing and miss at the first pitch on an elevated fastball. 1-1 the count. Hayden Poor responsible for the runner aboard at first. It's Maddox Waldrop. Here's a pop-up right side of the infield. Playable for Meyer. He gloves that one for the second out. Landon Van Heck stepping in now for the Tigers. He's reached base twice in this one, but he's 1 for 2. Reached on an error in the second and would come in and score. Otherwise, he's singled in the third. Pitch to Van Heck, a ground ball and a chance for Shively. It skips up on him again. Man, it's been tough to play this infield for both teams today, as that allows Van Heck to reach base. For the Hornets, who are used to playing on Rosser Field, this one is not quite playing the same today. Braden Roschert stepping in now, tying run on base. And the pitch will miss low. Count is 1-0 to Roschert. And for Glidden, he thinks he ought to be out of this inning by now, but he's got to buckle down, find a way to get this out. Here's the 1-0 from Glidden. That one's hit in the air, right side, foul territory. That one is going to drop foul. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Artificial turf surface in the batter's box and the pitcher's mound. You wonder if it's a project here at JC to get the full infield turfed. So they've done it in a couple spots already here. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Braden Roschert. As Glidden comes set and the delivery. That one bounces. Rolls away from Tacchini for a moment, but nobody on the move. The count is 2 balls and a strike to Roschert. Mason Toffel is on deck. Glidden looking in, gets the sign from Tacchini and comes together. Kicks and delivers the pitch. Tacchini tries to steal an upstairs ball for a strike, but the umpire not biting at that one. The count is 3-1. That one might have missed a touch off the plate as well. 3-1. Glidden trying to find his way into the zone against Roschert. Roschert fouls one off. The count is full, and with the count full and 2 outs, both runners going to be on the move on this pitch. Maddox Waldrop at second, Landon Van Heck at first. Tying run on base, and with a head start, a ball in the gap could be trouble. The pitch. Upstairs, did he go? Yes, he did. Roschert down on strikes, and that'll retire the side. The Tigers leave the tying run on base as we go to the 6th on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
9-1-2 due up this half inning for the Henley Hornets. It's Ryan Douglas, Connor Shively, and Carson Sims as they lead this one 6-4 in the top of the 6th inning. Let's go ahead and check in on the line score so far for both of these teams. For Henley in this one, they've got 6 runs on 8 hits. They've committed 4 errors. They have left 5 runners on base in this one. For Junction City, they have got 4 runs on 6 hits. They've committed 1 error. They have also left 5 runners on base. Here's Ryan Douglas settling in now against Roschert, and he takes strike 1. Right around the knees, right around the outside corner. It's 0-1 to Douglas. The pitch from Roschert just a bit lower than the last one. This one called a ball, 1-1. Douglas, so far in this one, has flown out and grounded out in the 3rd and 4th innings. The 1-1 to Douglas. Curveball misses upstairs. Might have been the slider from Roschert. It's 2-1. Douglas pops that one up. Looks at a play. 2-2, the count to Douglas. Hornets scored 4 runs in the top half of the 5th inning. Right now they lead by 2. Douglas fouls it back into the glove of Waldrop. It'll be ruled strike 3, 1 gone in the 6th inning. Connor Shively getting ready to step in now. Shively in this one is 1 for 3. He struck out and grounded out in his first 2 at-bats, but in the 5th, he led things off with a single and would come in and score. Pitch to Shively, misses in. 1-0. It was that 5th inning in which the Hornets mounted most of their runs, similar to the first game today. And I brought it up in that inning as the 1-0 pitch misses low, but Hornets scored 3 runs in the opener in the 5th, 4 in the 5th in this one, and in similar fashions, too, where the Tigers felt like they had something going in the beginning part of the inning, and then the wheels just kind of came off. And it looks like Waldrop on that foul ball caught the worst of it. Count is 2-1. Shively's going to give Waldrop a chance. It's getting a little bit chilly out here with the wind, although the temperature hasn't dropped all that much. Still says 59 degrees, but a foul ball off the bare hand doesn't feel good no matter what temperature it is outside, but especially when it's cold. 2-1 the count to Shively as he settles back in. The pitch from Rosshirt misses upstairs, 3-1. Shively batting .278. The pitch. That one misses low. It actually hit the umpire. And it ricochets off the umpire. Shively's going to try to take second base, and he does. Hornets getting another break there, and an umpire assist as Shively turns a walk into a double. Heads up base running there by the Hornets to take advantage. And now Carson Sims bats with a runner in scoring position and just 1 out. And we've got a break in the action. It looks like we're ready to go. Rosshirt comes set. The pitch to Sims. Hit into the air, left center field. That's going to get down. Shively around in third. He will score. Sims trying to stretch it into a double, and he does. An RBI double for Sims, and the Hornets extend their lead 7-4. Sims now 2 for 4 on the contest. Give him an RBI. And double number 5 on the season for him. And now Jacoby Tacchini. He's 2 for 3 today with a double and an RBI. He hasn't scored any runs, but Max Price has gotten on base and scored for him each time as he takes a pitch off the plate for strike 1. Tacchini knows where the strike zone is. He's been behind the dish today. He's going to have to go reaching for that outside pitch maybe. And the 0-1 on the way to Jacoby. That one misses upstairs, I suppose. 1-1. Ian Meyer is on deck for the Hornets. The 1-1. Tacchini takes another strike off the plate. That might have caught the inside corner. It's 1-2. A lot of speed at second base, too. Doesn't have to be particularly hit hard to score Sims. Tacchini in a 2-strike count will take ball 2. That one looked low. Count is even to Tacchini. Had RBI number 10 earlier in this contest. Could pull even with the team lead on a base hit here. The 2-2 to Tacchini is going to get away from the catcher, roll to the backstop, and that will allow Sims to advance to third on the wild pitch. Count is also full to Jacoby Tacchini. Infield is going to come in for Junction City. They want to cut down Sims on a ground ball in the infield. The pitch to Takini comes in and will miss inside, and that'll put runners at the corners with one out. Top of the sixth inning in a 7-4 ball game. We've got Max Price back on the base paths. He will replace Takini. Ian Meyer stepping in now. He has been great today. He's 1 for 2 in this game, but he's scored a run. He also has a single. In the opener today, had a couple of RBI. Meyer looking for more here. His team already up by 3 runs. Pitch to Meyer. Takes one low and in the turf. Ball 1. After Meyer in the Henley order, it's Derek Cox. About a 4-step lead for Price off of first. We'll see if anything's moving for him. The 1-0, there he goes. Meyer hits one to left field. That is right at the left fielder and caught. Tagging to score is Sims, and he will. A sacrifice fly and an RBI gives the Hornets an 8-4 lead. Now 2 outs after that sacrifice from Meyer. It brings up Derek Cox. Derek today still looking for his first hit in this one. He walked in the second, had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the fourth. Otherwise, he popped out in the fifth. Here he's going to take strike 1. Price on the move, and he slides in underneath the tag. Again, that pitch was called a strike at the plate, and Price now into second. Runner in scoring position now for the sophomore from Henley. Cox batting .296 this year with 7 runs batted in. 8-4 our score, and the Hornets lead. Pitch into Cox. Misses upstairs, 1-1. Quick opportunity to check in on some other scores from around the basin. We'll do so here as Cross Point Christian right now leads Bonanza 15-2. Klamath Union out in front of Cottage Grove 6-2. A 1-1 pitch to Derek Cox. Sends that one deep to left center field. That one is over the head of the center fielder into the wall. Price will score. Cox turning second. He will stay at second. And an RBI double for Derek makes it 9-4 Henley. Corbin Hamilton getting ready to step in now. One more game just went final for Klamath Basin teams as Hamilton takes a pitch high and in, 1-0. Other game that went final, Lost River with a sweep today of Glendale. Won 10-1 the first one and then just won 9-3. The 1-0 pitch to Hamilton misses in, 2-0 to Corbin. Hamilton, 2 RBI for him today, 1 on a double and 1 on a sacrifice fly. Hamilton hits one into the air, center field, looks playable for the center fielder Weed. He will make the catch and end the inning. But the Hornets add 3 more in the 6th. They lead 9-4 as we go to the bottom half next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
What are your goals? To get stronger, move better, feel healthier? Whatever you are aiming for, Harbor Isles is here to help you. They have brand new cardio and strength equipment. Harbor Isles offers indoor tennis courts, 4 indoor pickleball courts, energizing group classes, expert personal trainers, and a friendly, knowledgeable staff ready to guide you every step of the way. No matter what your goals are, Harbor Isles has everything you need to reach those goals. Stop by and see the difference for yourself. Harbor Isles, lose those reins and get your gains.
Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Henley Hornets lead this one 9-4. Due up this half for the Tigers, the bottom third of their lineup. It's Mason Toffel, Kevin Anderson, and Bryson Rodriguez against Hunter Glidden, who gets across strike one. Hornets scored 3 more runs in the top half of this inning to give them a 5-run cushion. The pitch from Glidden is going to miss outside, 1-1. And for Glidden, able to work ahead here with a big lead. But you don't want to get comfortable out there. Again, the key for him now especially is to just throw strikes. You've got a defense behind you that can make plays. Infield has been a little unkind to Henley today, but as that pitch misses upstairs, 2-1. You just got to be confident. Continue to make good pitches for Glidden. He got himself out of the last inning by making good pitches, and although an error continued the inning, he stuck strong and was able to get out of it by only allowing 1 run as he gets across a low strike 2. The count is even to Mason Toffel. Here's the pitch from Glidden. That one finds the outside corner of the zone. Might have been a bit off the plate, but Glidden will send Toffel packing for the first out in the 6th inning. Kevin Anderson stepping in now. He's 1 for 2 today. The pitch in is called a strike. Similar location, a little bit more over the plate this time. 0-1 to Anderson. Good pitches there from Glidden. The heat away from the right-handers, trying to get him to roll over it. The 0-1, he goes up and away with the fastball that time. It was upstairs, count even. Bryson Rodriguez on deck. The 1-1. Called a strike, bell tie again. Glidden painting the black on that outside corner. That was a good pitch for strike 2. Takini sets up outside again. This time Glidden misses his spot. Up and in for ball 2. It's even. Glidden said again, primarily works out of the stretch. No windup for him. An outside fastball hit the opposite way. Good adjustment there by Anderson to hit it where it was pitched, but it winds up foul anyway. Count remains 2-2. You go outside enough, the hitters will start to expect it. We'll see where Glidden goes here on the 2-2. Curveball outside again. Got Anderson looking for the second out in the 6th inning. We got a sub in. Okay. 24 for 23. I thought I saw 24 there. It's Ty Bradford, the senior, hitting in place of Bryson Rodriguez. First pitch to Bradford, swung on and missed, 0-1. Pitch misses there, looked close, but off the plate outside for Bradford. The count is even at 1. Glidden ready to deliver again. The pitch is called a strike. Count is 1-2. No appeal to the base umpire. Thought he might have needed help, but count is 1-2. Pitch in from Glidden is going to miss. Not a bad slider, trying to get Bradford to chase there, but the senior lays off, and the count moves to 2-2. Glidden the delivery, it's going to be called strike 3. That will end the 6th inning. We go to the 7th next after Glidden strikes out the side. Back with more next on mybasin.com.
At Geno's on East Main Street, we're always ready for sports season.
And now is a perfect time to connect with us.
We're open every morning at 6:30, serving simply good food
for your breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We offer breakfast burritos and burgers all day, Italian family recipes,
monthly specials, amazing desserts, and of course, your choice of cold or hot beverages.
Call 884-6474 right now to place a food order for pickup or use DoorDash delivery.
Or best of all, come dine in with us.
Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
Check out our full menu and all our activities at ilovegenos.com. Gino's on East Main, simply good food.
Some changes in the top of the seventh inning for Junction City. New pitcher on the mound is Alex Sanguins. We'll introduce you to him here in just a moment. As Caden Schaefer moves over to second and Braden Rawshirt returns to shortstop. Let's go ahead and pull up the statistics here for one Alex Sanguins. It'll be Cam Carpenter, Porter Frost, and Ryan Douglas. The bottom third of the order, his task coming out of the bullpen. Sanguins making his second appearance of the season, his first in relief. His one other start was a 5-inning outing where he did not give up a hit and he struck out 5 batters. They're looking to get him in and out of this 7th inning quickly. I would imagine they would want to use a guy like him in a start against Marist next week, but too far to speculate that much as he tries to cut down the bottom third of the Henley order in a 9-4 ball game. Carpenter is 1 for 3 today. He struck out a pair of times, but also singled in 2 runs in the 5th inning. All right, looks like we are about ready to go here as Cam Carpenter settles in on the season. Carpenter batting .273. Again, not a huge sample size for him. He's 3 for 11 as he takes strike one there, 0-1. But in the at-bats he's had today, he's been good. He has struck out a couple of times for a freshman against a really good team. That's nothing to be too upset about as he waves and misses at the strike 2 there, but does have a couple of RBIs, a couple of base hits against one of the very best teams in 4A. The pitch in. Flared out towards second. Schaefer plays it on a couple of hops. The throw on to first in time, and 1 gone in the 7th. Schaefer, by the way, now at second base, is playing combined between both games, I believe his 5th different position on the field. He's played third, short, second, first, and he's pitched. So he's been everywhere. Gaines Cleland stepping in now in place of Porter Frost. Almost gets plunked on the first pitch, but instead takes ball 1. Douglas still on deck in the 9-hole. The pitch to the left-handed hitting Cleland. Hit off the left side. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Gaines Cleland, a junior for the Hornets. Here's the pitch to him. That one finds the outside corner against the lefty, 1-2. Tough to ask a guy to come in and hit in a spot like this, cold off the bench. Cleland in a 1-2 count. That one misses in. 2-2. Cleland without a hit yet this season. He's 0 for his first 3 at-bats this year. Here's the 2-2. That one bounces to the plate. 3-2. Looking for a chance to get on base here. Henley up by 5, and any more will go a long way. The pitch to Gaines Cleland, fouled off, and the count remains full. The sun is fully cascaded by the clouds now. Temperature drops a little bit, 57 degrees here in Junction City. The 3-2. That one bounces to the plate, and Cleveland is aboard with one out in the 7th. Brings up Ryan Douglas. Douglas 0 for 3 in this contest. He's got the trifecta, fly out, ground out, strikeout. Move over to first, and diving back safely is Gaines Cleveland. On deck after Douglas is Connor Shively. Pitch in around the knees, called a strike. The count is 0-1 to Ryan Douglas. 214 hitter this season, 6 hits in his first 28 tries. He's got 6 RBI. He's scored 5 runs. The right-hander Sanguins comes set and misses on the outside offering. 1-1. Talked about it for Junction City. They've got Marist coming up on Tuesday, a league matchup for them. Henley also begins league play on Tuesday against the Phoenix Pirates. The 1-1. That one misses low. They try to backpick the runner at first. Cleveland is out. And now with 2 outs and a 2-1 count at the plate, Ryan Douglas in a bit of a different spot here. Allows Sanguins to throw out of the windup. The 2-1 misses off the plate away, 3-1. Shively getting ready on deck. Here's the 3-1. Popped foul. And the count runs full. 3-2, top of the 7th inning, 2 outs, 9-4 the score. Henley leading Junction City. Sanguins looking in, gets the signal from Waldrop. And the pitch. Hit in the air, right center field. Moving over is the right fielder Van Heck. He tucks it away for the 3rd out. Hornets down in order, but they carry a 5-run lead to the last of the 7th. Back with more next on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
There's something special about this place. It's more than the quiet mornings and the open skies. It's more than the scenery. It's the people. Around here, people still wave when you pass by. They check in when something's wrong. They show up when it matters. At Sage Credit Union, we're proud to live and work in a region that believes in each other. A place where neighbors lend a hand, small businesses thrive, and generosity runs deep. We believe that being part of a community means giving back to it, not just with dollars, but with time, effort, and heart. That's why our employees earn paid volunteer time. That's why you'll see us at food drives, fundraisers, and the local fair. We show up for our community. This isn't just where we work. This is where we live, where we give, and where we grow. Right here, in the coffee shop, at the fundraiser, and in our local branch. At Sage Credit Union, we've found our people. We'll see you around town.
Getting set now for the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Henley Hornets lead the Junction City Tigers 9-4. A new man on the mound for the Hornets is Ty Teeters, making his 2nd appearance of today. He pitched in the opener today through 3 innings, allowed 2 hits, no runs. He struck out a pair of batters in Henley's 6-1 win against the Tigers. Now he's looking to close out a series sweep here on the road. It'll be the top of the order to go up against him: Connor Clift, Jaron Weed, and Maddox Waldrop. And it looks like we've got a new hitter in for Junction City. Looks like it's going to be the senior Jacoby Kiefer batting here in the leadoff spot. And it looks like we're going to be getting a few more reserves in for the rest of this inning, as it doesn't look like Weed is on deck. It looks like it's Jackson Hayes. We'll try to make sure we got everything lined up here as Ty Teeters misses with ball 1. The pitch is lined over the head of Sims and into center field, and a single for Jacoby Kiefer. So here is Hayes stepping in now, hitting in place of Jaron Weed, who exits the game after going 2 for 3. Looks like Max Waldrop still on deck and Schaefer in the hole. So I'm thinking that it's just these first two guys that are getting swapped in and out for the Tigers. But a leadoff single has got him in business here in the 7th inning. Here's Jackson Hayes batting from the left side. The pitch from Teeters is swung on and missed. 0-1. Ty just needing to throw strikes out there. His team's got a big lead. Double play is in order, nobody out. The pitch from Teeters, going to miss up and away. Basically a pitch out there as they thought something might be going on over there at first. But Kiefer stays there, and decent lead. About 3.5 steps off the bag there at first. The count is even at the plate, and the two-seamer catches the outside of the zone. 1-2 to Jackson Hayes. He's going to have to protect the outside part of the plate here on the 1-2 count. The pitch from Teeters, curveball finds the outside corner, and it rung him up for strike 3. Maddox Waldrop stepping in now. He is 2 for 3 today, couple of RBI for him. And we've got a bit of a change here. Nope, no change. Coach Connor coming out to discuss things with Tacchini, maybe fixing his gear. Well, either way, game is resuming. Waldrop at the plate. One gone, runner aboard at first. Pitch from Teeters. Curveball dips below the zone. 1-0. Maddox Waldrop again is singled in runs in the 1st and 5th innings. He has yet to come around to score, though. Elevated fastball fought off. 1-1. The count to Waldrop. 400 hitter, 14 base hits. 10 of them have been singles, 4 of them for extra base hits. Leads the team in runs scored. The 1-1. That one's hit hard. Right field. Underneath it is the right fielder, and the catch is made for the second out in the 7th inning. Porter Frost still patrolling right field and tucks away the second out. Caden Schaefer in now for the Tigers. Schaefer 0 for 3 in this contest. He has grounded into a double play and flown out twice. The pitch from Teeters. Checks his swing, but that's called a strike anyway. 0-1. Pitch in from Teeters. The 0-1 is going to dip outside. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. On deck, if the game continues, is Landon Van Heck. Teeters with the delivery. That one catches the outside part of the zone. 1-2. He's going to have to protect the outside. The 1-2 pitch from Teeters is hit to right field. Frost moving towards the foul line. He is going to make the catch and end the ball game. The Hornets come to town and break out the brooms for the Tigers. A 6-1 win in the opener, and here a 9-4 victory. We'll be back, and we'll name our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game in just a moment on 104.3, 960 Sports, and MyBasin.com.
Looking for insurance from someone who truly understands rural Klamath? Meet Gabby Haskins, a licensed agent for Country Financial, born and raised in Merrill, with deep roots in agriculture and the local way of life. Whether you're protecting your family farm, homes, vehicles, businesses, Gabby's here to help. She offers trusted, personalized insurance for farm, life, home, auto, commercial, and retirement needs at Gary Sheen's Country Financial office in Merrill. Stop by today and see why Merrill residents trust one of their own. Country Financial, here to help you experience more in Merrill.
Come on in. Hey, I'm Jason with Elevate Physical Therapy, Fitness and Performance, and just a little bit about us. So we started in March of 2020, opened right before COVID hit. It's been a wild ride. So one of the things I'm super passionate about is this idea of being guides or think about like a map and compass. If you think about our job as physical therapists is to take a person who's had an injury and help them kind of go from point A to point B. And everybody's journey is different. It's never a straight line. It's nice to have someone that's been there, that's walked that path before many times. And so we see it as our honor and privilege to be able to walk with patients through those little steps along the way of getting back to doing the things they love. So to get a hold of us at Elevate, you can call our number at 541-887-2030. Check out our website, elevateptfp.com. Or check us out on Instagram, shoot us a message.
Are you an enthusiastic sports fan? Want to have fun and get in on the action?
Heck, yes. That'd be awesome.
Have great attention to detail? Want to stay active?
Definitely.
Want to give back to the student athletes in your community?
Obviously, yes.
Then you'd make an excellent high school sports official. We need more officials in Oregon, because with no high school officials, there are no high school sports. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
And welcome you back to Henley Baseball today on 104.3 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Final score in our nightcap, 9-4. The Hornets are victorious. 9 runs on 10 hits. The Hornets do commit 4 errors, and they leave 6 runners on base in the win. For Junction City, 4 runs on 7 hits, 1 error. They also leave 6 men on base. The winning pitcher today for the Hornets is Hayden Poore, who pitched 4 1/3 innings, giving up 6 hits and 4 runs. Just 2 of them earned. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Meantime, for the Junction City Tigers, the loss on the hill goes to Connor Clift, who pitched 4 2/3 innings, giving up 7 hits and 6 runs. He struck out 5. Pitching in relief, Hunter Glidden and Ty Teeters combined to hold on to this one for a victory for the Hornets. Some other offensive notables for them: a 1-for-2 day with 2 runs scored for Connor Shively. Carson Sims, who will be our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game. We'll try to grab an interview with him here in just a bit. He finished 2 for 4 with a double, 2 runs scored, and an RBI. Jacoby Tacchini was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Ian Meyer was 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Today, Derek Cox 1 for 2, 2 runs, 2 RBIs as well. Corbin Hamilton 2 for 3, 2 RBI. Cam Carpenter was 1 for 4, and he had 2 RBI today. We're going to take one quick break here on our post-game show. When we come back, we'll be joined by our Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game on MyBasin.com.
Over the last year, you've heard and seen the advertisement for God's Gifts 2, a local photographer who travels to high school sporting events and takes individual and team action photos at a great price. Something you may not know, though, is that the money from God's Gifts Photography supports 6 children in Kenya who Annalisa has met on mission trips. If you'd like to capture your athlete in action and help support these kids, call 541-281-2206. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook.
It's time to reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
9-4 the final score today. The Henley Hornets defeating the Junction City Tigers. We've now got the Abby's Legendary Pizza Player of the Game, Carson Sims, here. Carson, congratulations on the win, on the sweep today. How are you feeling after those results there?
I'm feeling pretty good. Feels great to beat the number 1 team in the state.
You guys, you played well today in the first game. A couple of hits here in the nightcap, a double and an RBI, a couple runs scored and a base hit. What were you seeing out there that allowed you to be successful today?
Not gonna lie, I kind of just step in the box and I don't see anything, and just swing the bat at strikes.
Relying on the instincts. This season, you've jumped out to a really great start. You're leading the team in a number of statistical categories to start the year. What kind of work have you been able to do to see this improvement this year?
Towards the end of last year, I started working with my coach, Pete Whistler, and he's kind of shown me how to get my swing back and how to improve on my swing and everything like that.
You've got league play starting on Tuesday. What's the process between now and then to get prepared for Phoenix?
Kind of just do what we've been doing. Go to practice, show up, work our tails off, get payday on Tuesday.
Carson Sims with us, the Abby's legendary pizza player of the game. Here you are, sir. $20 to Abby's Pizza. Spend it all in one place. And congratulations, man. Henley winners today 9-4 in the nightcap, 6-1 in the opener on the season. The Hornets improving on the year to 10-2. The Junction City Tigers falling on the season to 10-3. Next time out, you heard it here, the Hornets on the road against Phoenix on Tuesday. We'll be with you then. But until then, thank you for joining us for another edition of Henley Hornets Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Want to thank everybody involved with making today's broadcast possible. Both head coaches, Tony Stavros of the Junction City Tigers and Sean Teeters of our Henley Hornets. Also want to give a shout to Ty Roschert, who helped us get set up here, member of the athletic administration here at Junction City High School, giving us a table and a chair and a place to sit at this complex here at Junction City High School. And thanks to you for joining us for another edition of Henley Baseball. We're back on Tuesday, but I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. So long and good night from Junction City, Oregon.